Just making sure everything's running. If you're watching, welcome. I'm gonna get started in just a few minutes here. Let's see. Let me put that in the... Let's see. My Discord just pinged. Ethan, is that you?
That's me.
Hey, man. Good to see ya. We got, whoa. Hey, what's going on with the stream? It's happening. I like how people are texting me right as soon as it's starting. It's like, if you text me a couple seconds earlier, I wouldn't have to read your message to everyone on stream. How are you, Ethan?
I'm pretty well.
Good.
How about you?
Oh, I'm great. Yeah, I'm excited to get this thing rolling here. It's been I guess like a month since the last time I did a stream. That was fun. Did the...
Yeah, right around.
You were there for that, I believe, right? Yeah. You were like the one guy in chat. So welcome to the stream. For those of you just tuning in, I'm just doing the final stages of setup. And then we're gonna get the ball rolling here. This is the long lost love game jam. This is for those ideas that got away, you know. But now, like any good game show, we have a second chance at them, because I assume game shows, like, you know, they give you the, like, the Bachelor 2 or whatever. That's what I think of when I'm saying game shows here. I'm sure that's not a thing. Shoutouts to Chase for being able to tune in here for however long you can. It's good to see you in the chat there. Alright, so I am actually doing stream things right now. I'm gonna post this here. Alright, sweet. We'll get the ball rolling. Let's see. This one? Secret Trello. Okay, on my screen, the window resolution is pretty small. think that's just true. Set base resolution. No. How does the stream look to you, Ethan?
I'm trying to get it to load right now. I'm having some little issues.
No sweat. Oops. Cool. Let's see.
Yeah, it's looking fine.
Okay, so you can read all that stuff on the page there.
Yeah.
Cool. I can't really tell. I don't have like a good. Okay, I can make it work. Awesome. Okay, so I want to do a jam from start to finish. But with that, we have to keep the creative process in mind. So my skills entail that I can write, I can make music, I can sort a program, um, and I can do design things. But that's like with an asterisk because I'm not very good with visuals. Um, it's never a skill I've invested in throughout the entirety of my life. So it's just not something I'm very strong with. That being said, um, we're just gonna have to work within that limitation of the jam if we want to make something that is complete by the end of this. And I kind of debated beforehand going into this, like, do I want to do a whole game kind of rusty, or do I want to do a prototype? And I just decided to play that by ear. But all right, we got a link request for Discord. Luckily, I can do that. Glad to see you here, Jay. Where do I invite people? Hit and use coffee button. Thanks, streamer mode. Even though no one will ever see that window. Here you go. Alright. Sent. Boom. Alrighty. Before I get started, though, I do want to thank my patrons on Patreon for supporting me and being able to do my creative endeavors. Patreon is how I make money, period. I have a pretty cool living situation, and Patreon allows me to buy groceries and creative expenses, etc. So without you guys, it wouldn't be possible. I believe I have a link to my Patreon in the description of my Twitch that you're welcome to check out. If it's not there, that goes to show how thorough I am, and I will link you up. But alrighty, let's get into the jam. So I'm kind of like I like to partition things. So right now we're gonna start with the conceptual side of things. And Ethan, please, if you have any feedback in regards to this, I want to hear it, because that will make it more fun to me.
Yeah, for sure.
Alright, so this is a list of game ideas I've just kind of thrown into my phone without any filter over the course of years. And I actually had this list transferred in between phones, and now it's on the computer. So, with my limitations in mind, with my skills in mind, I want to try and make something from this list. And I don't want to exclude projects that I've started in the past, and maybe we'll showcase some of those in this first phase. I should change the text here to represent what phase we're in. Let's see here. Reminder text, yeah. Phase 1, conceptual. Bam. Hey, alright. And then I'm going to put in my hashtag distraction Poplio just to brand. If you guys don't know who Distraction Poplio is, I mean, Ethan knows Distraction Poplio, at least as an acquaintance. He's my best friend, Distraction Poplio. Yeah, so we'll kind of like go through the list here and just see what old ideas are good, which ones aren't good, and yeah, just feel it out. And then after we go through the list, I do want to pull up some old prototypes that I've made here and there that might be relevant. Surely none of them are, but we'll see. Yeah, so like I said, rules are real loose on this. Pre-existing ideas, which include prototypes or engines and that sort of thing, I'm using them all. Next month, I would like to try and do like a more like establish the rules beforehand, make it like put a thing up on itch.io or itch.io. I don't know how people pronounce it. It's the internet, you know. Anyways, let's get to it. So this is how old this list is. So the first idea I have in here, I've not deleted anything from this list over the years. So I think that it's got to be like late 2014 is when I started this list with Monster Plant Sim, because that was the predecessor idea before my game that I made, the Ceramic Uncertainty, which you can check out on itch. We got a little ping in the Discord. Hey, Jay. Yeah, so like this list is old. Yeah. So basically the premise behind this idea, this is actually kind of a fleshed out idea, was to combine Rampage, like old school Rampage, and Beautiful Katamari, and like like an old school Zelda, like so it was open world, and to make it more arcade oriented. So surely I was super into the Binding of Isaac at the time. I was like, oh, it should be a roguelike, and it's really complicated in the sense of there's a lot of things to do for that idea, and the only reason I didn't pursue it was because my visual design, I didn't know how to make a map, so I was like, ugh. But point and click platformer or a mobile platformer, I love these gimmicks. Living table platformer, so that's like you have a table that you control and it carries things, and like it's like a puzzle platformer concept. As for control scheme for Metroid, so I've always wanted to make a Metroid fan game. Yeah, just never got around to it. Maybe that's an idea to do sometime. Co-op with the environment. I'm not going to do any multiplayer games because I don't have anyone to help me test it. And as much as I love testing multiplayer with one person, I don't. So I've tried it before. It's just like not super fun. Um, Hopefully you can hear me there, Jay. I see you're muted yourself. Welcome to the Discord, though. Let's see. What else we got here? Zombie Pokemon first-person shooter. I don't have any ability to do 3D, so we're not doing that. Lucretia. Okay, another aside here. So this is a super old idea. This is like when I was in high school, 2010, 2011. Me and some friends in high school, we were in a game class because our high school is awesome, and we had a video game class, and basically, yeah, shoutouts to Jacobson42 for running that class. Yeah, and our idea that we came up with was like this sci-fi thing where basically the sun is imploding in this galaxy, and the scientists like see it coming, and so they're preparing the planet, and you're there like right. The game starts right as the sun implodes and light fades from the planet, and all this sort of stuff. It's actually like there's a lot of little thematic details that have already been fleshed out for that. That could be a cool one to do as like a text-based adventure. That's probably, unless I can do like a platformer with super simple graphics, that's probably something that will lean towards in terms of an actual game. Yeah, because I only know how to write. But I can, unlike the Ceramic Uncertainty, I can do more inventory-oriented things, and I have more ability to do that as a programmer now. So let's see, Sphere Cannon. That was like a DS control scheme platformer idea I had. First-person top-down adventure hybrid. I don't even know what that means. Pokemon. I wanted to make a Pokemon fan game at one point too. I just think it like I loved the Pokemon in Smash Brawl, and so I was like, if you made a platformer about that, or it's just them and like they had unique abilities for mobility, I think it'd be really cool. Alas, another thing that I just didn't do because I don't know. Not motivation in terms of like this is a fan game, so will I actually I'll just make it and then nothing will happen, right? I guess that's my thought process historically. Now it's just like if it's something creative I want to do, I'm just gonna do it. And so then I wrote 3 albums with no plans on how to release them. Okay, so Pokemon platformer, fast extreme abstract platformer. This was like where it would be like really obscure. Each room would have completely unique mechanics and art to it. It was more of like an exercise for an idea. Not really interested in doing that. Heartbeat turn-based. Okay. Kickstarter collab. That's where you make a Kickstarter and then everyone that contributes is a collaborator. Don't know why I thought that would ever work. Companion collect. You just roam around the world like a top-down world and you pick up little animals and they follow you. And at the end you take a big picture. That's literally the whole idea. I kind of like that, but sounds visual heavy. I mean, I guess I could always steal graphics and then someday have a person replace them. That'd be fun. Let's see. Earn your body parts. Yes. It's like a Metroidvania where you like build a body and it just gets really absurd. just a fun little thing. Let's see. Yeah, that's too abstract. Vampire Simulator. Don't know why someone hasn't made a Vampire Simulator yet. I see a lot of potential in that. So like during the night you go out and hunt, and during the day you like get to work on your lair or something. I don't know. Uh, uh, multiplayer idea. Binding of Isaac mod idea. I had a lot of ideas for modding the Binding of Isaac before Afterbirth Plus came out. But again, my fan stigma, so I just never went about it. Tell the game how you feel. Okay. Some of these ideas are just like, yeah, that was 3 in the morning, and you thought it was really cool, and so you wrote it down. Let's see. High Five to Win co-op platformer. Dang, co-op. Thresh Crank. Playing League of Legends. I see. RPG where you can battle everything. That could be interesting. I could definitely see that working out in some interesting way. Alright. Ethan, if any of these ideas jump out at you, I'd love to hear your input. Let's see. Playing someone else's Aftermath. Any particular thoughts so far?
I like the idea of the Death Trap dungeon and playing in someone else's Aftermath.
Oh yeah, Death Trap Dungeon. I like, in my mind, that plays out sort of like either just a really fast-paced platformer with a lot of cheap death, or like one of those old school first-person dungeon crawlers where you like press an arrow to like advance with your pace and that sort of thing. Chase. So you lost. Tell me how you feel. That's true, yeah. If we tell the game how we feel, if we went with that idea, it could be super meta. It could be like a chatbot sort of thing that is literally about this like process that we're doing right now. That'd be pretty meta. I saw a game recently on Steam that was about playing in someone's Aftermath. I can't remember what it was though. Let's see. I had this idea earlier today, but that's for a different project that I hope to do someday. Let's see. More fan games. Touchscreen oriented game. Welcome back, Jay. Still have not. I can see your like circle saying that you have mic input, but then I don't hear anything, sadly. There's. I wish I could help troubleshoot, but alas, I'm running the stream. What do we got? So, trading card, RPG, adventure, game, poem. game music video. This is a bad game. That was like an exercise to just make a game with really bad design. This is how stuck in theory I have been over the years. Platformer on a conveyor. Yeah. That's called an auto-scroller. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea. Fallon, that was the first idea that you said. Why did you write it down again? Pac-Man 2. Ethan, have you ever played Pac-Man 2, the next adventure?
I played Pac-Man World, the 3D one.
Well, Pac-Man 2, the next adventure is like a sort of point and click adventure. It's really weird. Like basically, Pac-Man is in the world, and you like suggest that he do certain things, like look this way, or like, hey, check out that thing. You have a slingshot to interact with the environment, and you can actually shoot Pac-Man with it to like startle him or to make him mad. It's super cool. It's a weird game. I've never seen a game like it.
It sounds like kind of it, those games where you have to like take care of your digital pet or whatever.
Well, it's like that, but you actually have goals to accomplish. And there's no like,
Right.
I mean, Pac-Man can die or get knocked out. So I guess, yeah, in that regard, it's like that too. You do have to take care of him. Christian, thanks for being here. Game poem. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to remember what the inspiration for that was. Like, if you have any ideas, or if anyone has ideas for that. Ethan's a poet. You know about poetry.
I couldn't think of
How do you?
anything based off of it.
Yeah, I don't know how you make poetry interactive.
I'm sure there's a way. It probably has to be like along the lines of an empathy game, something more dramatic.
Perhaps. Perhaps. I almost just jumped into the wrong Discord lobby. Yeah, dude, Chase, that game is so freaking funny. It's got really good music too. I mean, I played on a Sega Genesis, so like I'm partial to the FM synthesis sound. Growing up, I don't know what the Super Nintendo music is like at all. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I can't think of a poet. We'll have to. Maybe we'll come back to that. Well, I mean, all these ideas are just kind of getting thrown into the air, and then whatever sticks subconsciously or otherwise, we can come back to. Free jazz pinball. Oh man, that's actually. I mean, it's literally just like you make free jazz as you play pinball. I don't. Yeah. That could be fun. That'd be really easy to make too, I think. I assume. Like it's all just I could just use some physics in ClickTeam Fusion and then just have fun making the free jazz. Actually, in the playlist for the stream, I have some free jazz that might play at some point. There's only like 3 songs, but they're super out there. Like we're talking Sun Ra free jazz. Lost Vikings inspired game, like Caterpillar. What does that even mean? Like snake? I don't know. Paperboy. A horror game where nothing happens. That would be fun. It'll require a lot of theme. I could do that in writing, but I don't know. Like, yeah, that could be interesting. Um, the floor is magic, or like you touch the floor and then you have different properties. Kind of like Portal, but just the paint mechanic. Portal 2. Another co-op. Another fan game. Dude, the Shovel Knight adventure. Wouldn't it be awesome to have a point-and-click adventure game about in the Shovel Knight universe? I think that'd be super fun. Have you played Shovel Knight, Ethan?
I have. It's a great game.
The characters are so goofy. It would be really great. Let's see. Fashion
Just
punk.
relatable in general.
Yeah, it really is. So they somehow managed to only use tropes, and just using tropes made a, a really amazing world and game. Musical fighting game. That could be interesting. Again, like, I think you could add free jazz to any kind of action game and just run with that gimmick. I don't know, like, I'm a person that values gameplay over gimmickry, so like I would want to have some sort of or I mean, if you're gonna make gimmicks, you want it to be central to the gameplay, not just an aesthetic thing like generic gameplay, gimmicky aesthetic, blah, gimmicky gameplay, gimmicky aesthetic. You can get something interesting. But so like free jazz fighting game, I'm into that. Um, a game where you just have to hold down the corner of a street and tell people to get off my scene. There's Lucretia again. Yo, shout outs to White Morpheus. He's one of the original folks in the Lucretia team. Discord not working for the iPad. Gee, sorry about that. Musical battles. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So more of like, yeah, that could be interesting. I'd like to see how that would work. Alright, going down the list. We have a lot of ideas to get through here. And I'm spending a lot of time ranting. Snakevania. Snake, but you get beefy as the game goes on and more mechanics unlock. And I guess it would unfold into an event like a sprawling world. That could be kind of interesting. Lunar Lander. I'm sure later in this list there will be a Lunar Lander Vania. Unfolding game. There's just no concept. It's just literally an unfolding game. Okay. One button adventure. Like, these are just like very basic premise. There's no idea there. Okay, we're like halfway done with the idea purge. Okay, more snake-oriented ideas. I was really into Snake one evening, it seems. Can't even remember the last time I played Snake. Exploring an environment via deep dark dungeons, or Dark Dungeons of Doom. It was like a iOS Steam game. It's pretty fun. Oh yeah, this could be an interesting premise for a text-oriented game where you have to like manually control breathing and heartbeat while you like go through stuff. So like maybe you're having a conversation, you have to like micromanage your breathing and then like make your choices or whatever. That'd be fun. Let's see. A point perspective fan games. Um, oh, that would be really interesting. Yeah, like, okay, so Christian, for those not reading the chat, suggests like making a game from the perspective of an NPC, basically in an existing game, and just like seeing how it plays out. That that would be sick. Um, yeah, I've never used Discord or
Narrative.
yeah, yeah,
I'm not into narrative-based games.
yeah. I really feel like I'm getting drawn toward all these narrative oriented ideas, so we might do something like that. Um, that's just the vibe I'm getting. Um, let's see, heartbeat thing. Yeah, that would be really cool. Like, it could just be like a one-off mechanic. The idea that I had listed here for the controlling heartbeat and breathing is like an ongoing like micromanagement sort of scenario. Um, oh, um, did I lose connection? It looks like I'm still alive. Everything says I'm still connected. Maybe you lost connection. I'm sorry if that's the case. Uh, yeah, cool. We'll keep going through the list. Uh, Drafting for a roguelike. That could be. I guess isn't Rogue Legacy does that. I guess I didn't realize that when I wrote the idea down. I get you could go more in depth with this. I think that would be cool having like a Seven Wonder style draft. Um, Combinations. All right. Beam puzzle. I actually prototyped this. Maybe we'll find it. Um, Teleport, slow down the room. I have no clue what that means. Fly faster to fly higher. First person bird to space. Oh yeah. So it was like there's a circular world that a bird would like have to fly and kind of do the Super Mario World thing where you're like, getting momentum with the cape, and then eventually you would just try to make like you just get higher and then like move faster and eventually go into space. That was the idea. I'm sure there are obstacles involved. It'll be fun. Apparently this was an idea I had in first person. I didn't describe that in first person at all. But, um, that's sad. Dang, Ethan. Ethan has lost connection to the Discord server. Alright, continuing on. Your ideas have been really great so far, everyone in chat. I love hearing them. We'll get something eventually. I am now alone in the Discord, which is fine, but if anyone wants to join, you're more than welcome to. I'll send you a link, just ask for it. Let's see. Hasty response to a game dev survey. I can't remember what the premise for that was. It was a narrative thing. Pong, but you can go out on the ceilings. So it was like, I think you can control all three sides of it. Sort of like really tennis, the original idea for Pong was like tennis, but being able to actually go to all three sides would be pretty intense. I'm sure that's been done. Man, Discord is not working out for two people. That's really unfortunate. Watch the stream. Okay. Being stuck in a room with one person and no clear objective. So it would be like a narrative room escape. Yeah, that could be fun. Pregnant. Oh. Okay, so this idea. This idea is spawned from a like a tabletop RPG character I had, which if I ever play tabletop with anyone, this is gonna ruin it for you. Apologies in advance, but I wanted to make a character that's totally normal, like female, any race doesn't matter, and then have like she's pregnant, and the baby is like psionic and true evil, or like lawful evil or something like that, and he like manipulates or he or she, the baby, would like manipulate things via psychic energy. um, yes, Discord being in Discord for that could easily be a game. A really meta room escape. Please elaborate. Alright, let's see. Imaginary Friends Simulator. That would be like an app. I guess like a chatbot. I keep having these chatbot oriented ideas. I've never even thought about the logistics of making one. I'm sure it like take a little time to learn how to do that. Music for narrative progression. That's just like music design. Colors change how everything behaves. You just escape a series of rooms, and you keep having to escape from a larger room. Oh yeah, I like that. Very, very Matrix. Let's see. Color behavior. I skipped over that. I don't even know what that is. Like, color changes the behavior of enemies or something like that. A/B plant generation. Again, just a general premise for programming. Color changes. I have elaborated a couple ideas down. Colors change behavior of everything. I remember coming back to this and being like, what does that even mean? Tsunami game. This is like a walking simulator sort of idea where you just like spend 5 minutes in this world, and then like at the end of the 5 minutes you feel an earthquake and a tsunami comes, and like you can't do anything. You can like try to do something, but eventually the tsunami comes and destroys things. It's supposed to be like kind of intense. Again, another sort, probably another. We could do this text oriented, I suppose. Yeah, that's like. You know what that reminds me of? is it reminds me of Spooky's House of Jump Scares, what I wanted it to be. Like towards the end, I wanted it to be more like that, and that's kind of how that game goes. Um, yeah, different disasters, that sort of thing. I guess the premise of the most important aspect of the game is to understand like how unsuspecting a disaster like that can be, and how you can just go from 1 minute to like sheer horror and like death. That's the reality of people in every single day, whether it's like an accident or a natural disaster or someone getting attacked. Like it'd be a like really serious game, which I'm up for. Um, yeah, and so like having a meteor or a volcano or something, earthquake, plague of locusts, that sort of thing. Once you start saying plague of locusts, people stop taking you seriously. That's a thing, man. You get a plague of locusts, it's game over. All your crops are gone. Pedal bike with alternate. So that was like Paperboy, but you have to pedal the bike with like alternating like triggers on a controller or something like that. Totem 4-player plus Yoshi jump. Oh, like you control 4 players. You can control four characters. Kind of like Lost Vikings, but they can stack on top of each other and jump off each other like Yoshi. I don't remember how exactly I was going to go about that. Proliferous. Study how situations determine our shape. Oh, yeah. I wrote this idea down in a notebook. Maybe I can show you guys that. A seamless transition from platformer top down. Fallon, you ever play Blaster Master? Come on, dude. Baby Yoshi only. Baby Yoshi, Super Mario World. Make a game out of that. It should just be a Super Mario World mod. Conversation simulator. Again, I wrote this idea down. I'll have to pull that out. Rolling Stone guy. What's his name? He's a Greek legend. The guy is like forced to roll stone up a hill over and over. I got really far into the conceptual stuff of that, and I wrote it down. We're running into all these ideas I wrote down. Check the chat here. Yeah, like, oh man. Yeah, that's true. Like, if you went the sickness route, um, like someone having like a seizure or like um, a heart attack, Sisyphus, thank you. Um, yeah, like, and then you have to try and help. Like, that would be really intense. But you know, like, empathy game, so it's allowed to be intense. Yes, Sisyphus. Thank you, guys. Um, yes, Christian. Exactly that. Um, yeah. So far, this is kind of an idea that's naturally getting. I'm just kind of like naturally observing ideas as they kind of as my ranting kind of gravitates toward things, or as you guys bring them up in the chat. Like, those are the ideas I'll kind of gravitate toward, and eventually we'll pick one. This has been 45 minutes of ideas, but this is what conceptual stuff's all about, is having fun with your ideas. So, I don't even feel bad. Dream spelunking. Visual heavy, I'm sure. I guess I could do words. Thank you. words for being able to paint pictures without visuals. Shout out to my poetry friends. I like that we're getting all the game music in my playlist. There's not a lot, but we keep hitting it. Let's see. Garden music sequencer. So like you make a garden, sort of like an idle game, and it makes generative music. Had that idea since 2012. Wrote it. Let's see. Exploration/adventure game app being a documentary of realms never before explored. I would love to do that. Like, if you just had the scan visor, and that was the entirety of Metroid Prime, and you like had objectives built around it. That would be really cool. Frisbee dog platformer. A game where you, like... so I guess this would be like... What's that really popular PS4 game that came, Last Guardian? It's like that, but you have a frisbee that the dog has to chase. And so you throw the frisbee, the dog chases it, puzzles, etc. You know. Legend of Sisyphus again, and there's the name. Let's see. Text conversion to the home horror game. We'll talk about that one when we do the idea showcase. Platformer set to Inner Mysteries Incorporated. That's a little scale song that might play later. I'm gonna move away from the game music video idea. I just tried to do this with my friend Jay a few months ago, and it's just like, you really gotta have your idea nailed down if it's gonna be good. Otherwise, it's just it seems trivial. Punch Out Brawler. Oh yeah, so like it's like a side-scrolling brawler, but punch out mechanics. Dream Simulator 365 Ness It's Your Dad. There's this Twitter account called Ness It's Your Dad, and basically like it's just a parody of anytime you go to save in Earthbound, you go to the phone and you call your dad, and your dad like says this and that, and I guess I wanted to have a dream simulate, like just dream simulator for every day of the week, and it would be like a Twitter account app game thing. I don't know. It's not really a game if you ask me. Shovel Knight again. Lord of the Chain Chomp. If you ever played Link's Awakening for the Game Boy, there's a segment where you get this Chain Chomp, and you have to like bring it back. Yeah, like Chain Chomp from Mario, and it like does the Chain Chomp thing, but it attacks enemies, and you like walk it around like a dog, and I thought that would be cool as a game mechanic. This is the third time I've written down Lucretia. Can you tell I can't let go of ideas very easily? This is why this Game Jam exists. Of all these ideas, we're just gonna do one, and it's probably like, yeah, it's just funny. So we gotta finish the idea just to put the freaking list to rest in one degree of putting it to rest. Ideas are just so easy to come up with, and everyone has ideas, and everyone has good ideas, I'd say, but like following through with them. If there's anything I learned in my game class in high school, it's that like ideas are cheap, and you just gotta do something with them. Okay. Versus platformer. That's like a platformer versus environment, but someone else controls it. We're not doing multiplayer games. Break up a fight simulation. That could be like a segment in an adventure game of some sort. I don't know about that as an entire game. I mean, it could just like escalate. You like start there and then. What's that? Wait. Yes, this stream is me making a game. We're doing a game jam, and this is the conceptual phase that we've spent an hour just on ideas. But like, there's no. I just want to have a chill stream, so like, I'm not worried about it being long or weird. Let's see. RPG with math rock aesthetic. Oh my gosh! Like, please, I would love to do this. If anyone wants to make an RPG, I would love to make a math rock soundtrack for it. I don't really want to, like, I would also want to make the RPG side of things, but I just really want to make math rock, and to do that for an RPG I think would be really cool. Just like really not like prog, not like Rush, where it's like kind of harsh or aggressive, but just like really beautiful. Let me see if I can pull something up. I don't know if I put any math rock in the playlist here. Jazz Robots is playing right now. It is pretty technical, but Origami is sort of math rock, but they're not going to illustrate what I'm... Yeah. I would add more songs to this, but I specifically put music in here so that if anyone was like, hey, what's this song? I could point them to it, and then they can get it for free without needing to... Yeah, so they could get it for free, so that way I'm not like stepping on anyone's toes without asking for streaming rights. And like also, I don't want to get the VOD muted because I want to share the VOD with someone. Yeah, okay. Yes, Meshuggah is like super heavy math music. Math rock is basically it's just a general term for technical music. I guess like the proper definition is math rock has differing time signatures with their music. But that's kind of like in the more general sense. Instead of like going from 5/4 to like 7/8 to like 15/16, which is like how you count the music, like going 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 1 2 3. Like that could, I'm sure a math rock band could do something like that, but like math rock as it has expanded in a more general sense, like it's just music that's technical. I guess that tries to play with rhythm a lot. That's how I would describe it. And to the untrained ear, it might sound kind of crazy, and sometimes math rock is really precise. There's this math rock band called The Chariot that just kind of goes by feel. They don't, as far as I understand it, they don't write their songs going like, okay, so in this section we do 3 bars of 7/8, and then like they just kind of, they write riffs and they feel it out, and some of them are abrupt and crazy, and some of them are groovy, and to some people, math rock is chaotic. So, and yeah. See, math rock RPG. Game theory. Yo, that would be sick. Oh, like the Mario RPGs, how they're action oriented, like they're turn based, but then they're action oriented. You could have the action be math. You could like have the different time signatures, like in the rhythms tied into that. That could be really cool. Guys, I really want to do that. Just like, I really want to do that. It's gonna take. I feel like it's a bit of an ambitious idea for what we're doing. Um, but the thing about this being a chill game jam is like, even if we don't accomplish the goal, we can have fun doing something. So that's like the most important thing to me, is to have fun doing something and to, like, do a good job. So maybe we'll do that. That's like, it's just a little ambitious to me, but we can just, we'll put that down as a idea that, yeah, I can make comments in this here and say, so math RPG, and that can just be one of the ones that are interesting, because I just really like that. I just do. Thank you, Christian, for that. Like, it's really cool. Yeah, Giraffes. Great math rock band. If you want to look up a math rock band, because apparently I don't have any to share in the stream, I highly recommend you check out this band called Covet. I believe if you just... Okay, yeah. If you just Google this, Google Covet band, first link. Well, I guess I can post a link because I'm the mod, or the main guy. Yeah, I'll just post the link. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I'm just used to streams like auto, like banning you for putting in links. Or seeing that happen. I don't really post too much in chat. But, yeah, check that out. That's like, when I think of math rock, I think of this band every single time. But Meshuggah, Drafts, The Chariot, all different illustrations of math. Moving on. Yeah, so, I mean, this is definitely a contender. The Tsunami game, Tsunami, I don't know how to spell Tsunami. Tsunami. If I just think about the Japanese I've been learning, I know the different parts in hiragana that would make that. Yeah, that's awesome. So I can spell it out in Romanji. That's awesome. I've been learning Japanese pretty casually through an app on my phone, and I have learned the whole hiragana alphabet, and that's a cool milestone for me. Just started kanji. Alright. What was the last? The meta rooms. I like that. I also like the breathing, like the heartbeat breathing thing, as like a mechanic to make a narrative based around. Okay, let's see. Awesome. Moving on. We have mechanic showcase with vent text overlay. Oh, okay, that was an exercise idea I had. I don't really want to do an exercise. This is when I was playing Final Fantasy ATB with interceptions and action commands. So just like expanding upon the ATB system of gameplay. I found it kind of lacking when I played Final Fantasy, just because, like, alright, this is a controversial opinion, but, like, I didn't think Final Fantasy VII was amazing from a gameplay perspective. I thought it was pretty good. I'm also really new to RPGs, and I didn't grow up with them, besides Pokemon and Paper Mario. Those are the two RPGs I played growing up. And so, like, in my mind, an RPG that's just story and battle was like, it was like fun at first, and I was like, the battling got in the way, and so I thought, oh, if we could improve upon ATB, that would be cool. But like, I would want to play the. It's been like a year, and I've played a lot of RPGs since then, like Fire Emblem and Persona 4, and so my perspective has changed a lot. I would like to revisit Final Fantasy 7 and re-critique it sometime. Place down blocks as platforming mechanics. Auto scroll. Oh yeah, I prototyped this one too. I hope I can find all these prototypes. I'm gonna be kind of bummed. TCU. Oh, that was just an update idea I had for ceramic uncertainty. I don't know why I wrote it here. Monster plant as bullet hell. That could be cool. Just make a bullet hell game that's about the monster plant. I'm gonna put that down because I think that could just be fun. Oh yeah, and then I also have to put down the free jazz thing because I'm really into that. Free jazz question marks because it could be anything. Okay, Diablo deck building. Okay. Oh, hey. Shoutouts to my friend Andrew Chosky. He and I wrote this song together. Machina spinoff. That's something. More fan games. Animal Crossing X the Matrix. Okay, so when I was on tour with my friend Kevin last year, we were talking about Animal Crossing. And, like, you know, there's two types of gamers. There are people who think Animal Crossing is an amazing, relaxing experience, and there are people who think that Animal Crossing has no point. I love walking simulators, so I'm partial to Animal Crossing. However, I'm also like, I grew up with old school games, and so I grew up with Hardcore Challenge, and like skill intensive gameplay. So I was like, we were basically like debating about Animal Crossing, and then I had this amidst our debate / discussion. We came up with this idea of role playing in Animal Crossing where you like your villager like becomes self-aware after, or he becomes aware of the fact that everyone is like repeating the same thing, and he realizes that he's like in this virtual town, and like he just like, when you write letters to your villagers, you're like, please be real, please be real. Like he kind of goes crazy because he like is attached to certain things, but then he's like also like, is it real? I don't know. Is someone controlling you from outside this virtual world? Like he goes crazy. And yeah, perhaps that's just like a fun way for you to play Animal Crossing at home. I don't know. You could make a game out of it, I suppose. Yes, the video is severely mismatched with chat. By, I guess, like 20 or 30 seconds is the delay, typically speaking. I can enable a mode that allows for faster back and forth. However, it warns you that it might hurt the quality of your stream, and I haven't tested it. I would like to test it in a more controlled environment sometime. I just never have. So I'm not going to do that for now. We'll just have to deal with the delay. I apologize for that. It's just kind of the nature of streaming in general. Yeah, I mean, let's put down like meta room / matrix. What do you call that? Existential crisis. Existential crisis / Animal Crossing. So like you can build this sim game, and then like just make it really narrative heavy if you choose to go that route. like certain interactions will allow you to, I guess, break away from the simulation or the idle game aspect of it, and you could, yeah. We're getting some really good. I was kind of nervous starting this game jam. I'm like, there's gonna be too many ideas. We're not gonna be able to pick one, but I feel like we have a few really good ones to go off of that differ in ambition. So like, they're realistic. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. A game where you hold balloons with your fingers being certain keys on the keyboard. I can't remember like what context this was in. It kind of goes along the lines of the heartbeat. You're like micromanaging this mechanic. Just love the idea of. There's a game. If someone knows the name, please let me know. But and Christian, you might be interested in this type of game. It's basically like you have this conversation with your mom on a drive, and you have to micromanage driving the car while having the conversation. And I came up with, or I heard about that after I had these like micromanaging ideas independent, and I'm like, frick, man, that's such a good idea. Like, I don't know how you could do it better. So I just thought, like, let's just try and do it different, rather than better. Or like, the beauty of game mechanics is that there are 100 bazillion platformers, but there are like playing a game like Super Meat Boy is a lot different than playing a game like Cave Story or Metroid. And they both offer unique experiences. They're both platformers, so I guess you could say they all ripped off Donkey Kong or whatever, but yeah. You can take mechanics and make them your own, is what I'm trying to say. We live in an age where like people really highly value originality in its premise, but then like a real originality is not the dominating thing in art, and art has never really been about. It's about individuality and less about like trying to do something no one else has ever done before. Just more about being yourself. I mean, historically speaking, nowadays you have so many cool art theories to work with, which are all really exciting and I would love to talk about. But we're here to talk about game ideas. So this is inspired by a Twilight Zone episode. I'd have to watch the episode to figure it out. I might have a sample from that episode that I recorded, an audio sample. Maybe you can pull that up. Story only told via choices. So, like, this is a choose-your-own-adventure with no exposition. There's just the choices. And, like, as you choose, like, you figure out what's happening. That would be really cool. What I fear with a narrative game, for the stream's sake, is that I might just sit here and like think about an idea in silence, and that might not be super engaging for a stream. So that's the only apprehension I have for that. But I mean, assuming that people are just casually watching, maybe it won't be such a big deal. I know when I watch a stream, I'm bad at multitasking. So when I watch a stream, like that's all I'm doing is watching the stream. It's really hard for me to do other things while a stream is happening. Story only told via choices, but very mechanic easy on there. So like very reasonable that we could do this one. We might have to rank these in terms of ambition. One thing, shout outs to Kayak. I'm gonna be touring with this guy. in the summer. I'm so excited. So excited. Him and another friend who also makes ambient music. I probably won't be playing a lot of ambient music on the tour myself because I want to play my loud music, but oh well. um, One thing social network. That was like an idea or the social like of actually making a social network that's like all centered around a thing. I can't remember where I was going with that though. LR mouse top down hands. So like the left and right mouse buttons control these hands and like you interact with the world top down and you like use your hands. I don't know. Let's see. RPG where you name every noun. That's like a mechanic that you could just tack on. You know, like as you're playing certain RPGs, like Earthbound in particular, they're like when you meet someone, they have you name that person, which I think is really funny. It's like it's like if I met anyone, if you met someone and you're like, "Hey, Ronald, nice to meet you." Like, and then they just like assume that like that's been their name their whole life. They don't go, "Did you just call me Ronald?" They're like, "Oh yeah, yeah." That's where the idea came from. Multiplayer game out. Procedural arcade side scroller adventure. Whatever, Fallon. That's a tabletop idea. Dribble Tears, Isaac Mod. Super Shoot and Shield Bros. What is that? I have no idea. Oh, it was like a Smash Bros. Idea. Again, multiplayer, so it's not going to happen. But it's just stripped down to shooting and shielding and mobility, so there's no like melee. It was, I don't know, it was another 3 a.m. idea, I guess. Day off simulator. Teaching people how to rest. That could be a thing. Let's put that in there. I like that. So, thankfully, there's a lot of ideas we can just do with words here. Oh, man. Alright, we did it. We got through the list. We got through this whole list, and it only took an hour and 15 minutes. And a lot of ranting and goofing off. I'm just going to skim this one more time. Make sure there weren't any in particular. Tell the game how you feel. I'm gonna have to say no to that just because, like, putting in unique input is just something I've never worked on from a programming standpoint. So we kind of want to work with things that are, if they're narrative oriented, they should probably be scripted a little more. They should lean towards scripting or like procedurally generative things which are still scripted. Yo, this Sonic remix is tight. Who is this? The Abreu project. This is on ocremix.org. Oh my gosh! I love jazz, you guys. Jazz is so cool. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I think this is good. So these are our ideas. Then I'm going to showcase some... So we have 8 ideas listed here. We can totally work with that. I do want to kind of segue, take a break from just spitballing and show you guys some of the conceptual stuff I've done over time. I just realized that I haven't had lunch yet. I realized that because I'm hungry. Oh man, Sorry if that chat's been sitting there for a while, Christian. I haven't read it. In reference to the escape room game idea and conversation ideas, something that pertains to social anxiety, like conversation. So like, let me try and roll with that. Did we write that down? Let me just write that as its own thing. Escape room. Escape. Yeah, that's meta rooms. Oh, okay. This song is really good. Oh. No, I'm touring with this guy too. I love ambience and I love jazz. Yeah, okay. So social anxiety is in like that's where the narrative kind of is drawing you towards, is helping you understand social anxiety, you know, putting yourself in a room, trying to escape the room, the dissonance that comes with that, kind of like in conversation with when you have social anxiety tendencies. I was just talking about this with a friend last night about someone I treated really poorly a while back. I won't name names or even reference a time because people definitely know this person. But I treated this person poorly in a way that was really passive, and that person dealt with a lot of social anxiety, and I just wasn't very sensitive to that. For whatever reason, I was a doofus. That's all I can say. But I'm glad to have learned from it for sure, because then I can never treat someone that way again. But anyways, yeah. So like exploring that theme, like that person that I was taught, the story was about. I didn't realize like how they were on their phone a bunch when I was around them, and I saw that as like, oh, you don't want to engage with the people around you, and um, not understanding that was like their coping mechanism to the fact that they felt uncomfortable with these new people around, and um, so they were going to somewhere comfortable. But in the same way, that wasn't like a healthy coping mechanism either. So like there's a dissonance there where it's like helping them in the moment, but it's not a good thing to do. And yeah, it's just like social anxiety can be a messy thing and therefore a cool thing to explore. Hi. Use words to characterize the AI behavior capabilities of a player NPC and make their sprite like the shape of a person, but composed of words. Like the head could be the word oh. Okay, like the head could be the word hasty and the character is fast or careless, and their torso could be weak. You have low H. Okay, yeah. Hey, we could work with that. Like to the point where, because it sounds like we're gonna do something narrative oriented. Um, that's just how it's gonna go. And so if we're gonna need to use art in some way, that would be a really good way to do it. Yeah, thank you for that. That's really cool. I'm gonna copy and paste uh, all your guys's like constructive ideas into this doc, just so that I don't lose them in the chat. Y'all have had some awesome ideas. Get me stoked on this. Yeah, for the Crisis game. We forgot to write that down. Oh wait, no, that's Tsunami / Crisis. Crisis. Yeah, I was like, did I spell that right? Cool. This has been really fun just thus far. I'm really stoked. Okay, I think those are two more here. Just gonna copy and paste those, and then we'll jump into showcasing some ideas, just kind of as like a, alright, let's let these ideas sit for a second, and kind of take a little break. People often suggest in their game design theory or whatever that I guess I can't capture my monitor or the visuals just die, so I'm pulling stuff up right now. I'll put up distraction Poplio. There we go. Hello Poplio, my old friend. Reminder text, and then move this up. Cool. Shoutouts to Distraction Poplio. Shoutouts to whoever made this GIF on the internet. I feel like I was saying something, and I don't remember what I was saying, but I'm going to show you guys some things now. Is he bad at multitasking, or is he just bad at remembering things on short term? Who knows? Okay, shoot the walls. This was a prototype that I had. Did I code anything? I don't remember. No, didn't. I didn't. This is just my... Okay. Going through things, gonna find things. Test. Okay, so I can show you guys. This is a platforming engine that I was working on a while back. Add window capture. Oops, yeah. Launch this. Refresh. Seems legit. Ah, look at that black box that's not showing us anything. Love it. Entire window. Go. Maybe that's not the thing I need to show. Metroid exercise. Is this it? Hey! We did it. Hit screen. Cool, so... hope you can see. Yeah, so this is like a platforming engine that I was working on for a while. Apparently the physics are set really low. Just to like make, because I was making platformers a lot. Prototyping, I should say. I have not finished the platformers, sadly. They're one of my favorite genres, and I just have never finished one. But that's probably too much. There's a pause screen that's not showing up because I can't show the whole monitor, but you can change the values on the fly and like make your physics really easily. So yeah, there's like shooting, Charge beam. Can you tell I was like trying to make that Metroid thing happen? You can fire missiles, switching between weapons. Got morph ball going. I had the bombs. Oh yeah, space. And bomb jumping. Let's see. Let's see if I can. Why can't Metroid crawl? Yeah, can you tell I played Metroid? Because I just successfully bomb and bomb jumped. That's what the word is. Got slopes and moving platforms. It's all kind of. This is like an older version of the thing, but I thought it was worth sharing, just in case we want to do a platformer. I don't think we're gonna, but maybe. Ledge clipping. Charge. Yeah, I already said charge beam. Yeah, so we have an engine there. What else we got? Hadouken! I don't know if you guys could hear that. That was someone messaging me on Facebook. I have very limited skills that are at your disposal. Oh shoot, I should hit him up with that Discord link. I missed the stream. He's luckily for you, Brennan. I am still streaming. Still streaming. Discord link. Yo, if anyone wants Discord, just say the word. No pressure though. Okay. Then I just gotta send the link to the stream. The stram. And then more ideas. The other thing is that I've only ever watched, like, I don't know how other streams are at all. I have only ever watched Smash streams, and they're just playing the game, so there's like no downtime. So whenever I have little downtime, I assume other streamers are like super chill, just like taking their time. And whereas when I'm not talking or showing you guys something, I'm like, gotta do something. No one else is in the Discord lobby. Oh, Christian said something too. Not right. Yeah. I'm bummed that, because I saw that you were getting, like, you were saying things, but it just wasn't. I couldn't hear it. I don't know what the dealio was what that was, Jay. Like I said, if I could troubleshoot for you, I totally would. Christian. Choices that affect what occur. Oh, so like a thing that happens over time when you say not for the stream, you mean like a mechanic that will slowly the characters disappear or stay. That could be interesting. And I love the idea of doing a narrative game that sticks with you for time. You know how like a lot of people you're just racing toward the end, but maybe this one like unfolds in a certain way and you really intimately get to know the issue at hand. The other thing, Jay, is that like if you use Discord on a computer and then watch the Twitch, you'll probably have to mute the Twitch channel because otherwise you're going to get an echo. And if you're using an iPad, I can see why you can't do both, because they don't have the simultaneous apps running. Those are my only thoughts that I can think of. Okay, going back to the prototypes. Chasing platform enemy? That's it. Super Mario Brothers. Procedural typing. Oh yeah. Shout out to the last stream that we did. Oh, okay. I really wanted to show you guys this. I'm glad I found it. I think I broke it the last time that the most recent build. And you won't be able to hear the sound. Maybe you will. Maybe you will. Did I break the game? Yes, I did. Okay. I got mad and I broke the game. I was going through a rough time when I was working on that, and so I but I have older builds. So awesome. You guys can see that, right? Yeah. So this is like a rhythm-based platforming prototype. So you like the jumps aren't. You don't have to be on the ground to jump. You just have to hit the. You have to hit the button, and you can like do a sideways dash. So like if you're really good, you can fly. I'm not doing it very well, but yeah. Oh man, this idea is pretty. It's like almost 3 years old. Crazy. Oh crap! Insta death because hardcore platforming. I hope you guys can hear the music because it's just hysterical. It's more of just like a single drum or like drum beat, not single drum. Oh, this is super messed up. That's funny. I don't remember how you. Oh, you like short hop? Can you short hop in this? No. That shows where you died. Yeah, I really wanted to pursue this idea. I just wanted to do it with another person, and that person was not interested in following through with the idea, so I stopped. That was what happened. That was the story of that. But you know, this is the jam about chasing your lost love. Yeah, so it's just like a platformer or a rhythm, like restricts your jumping and your movement, that sort of thing. I think I would change it and maybe not make it a platformer as much as like a 4-dimensional movement thing, but you have to move with it on the rhythm, and I think that would be interesting. But I'm really feeling these other ideas we were talking about, so. Alright, well. White Morpheus, if you'd like a link to the Discord lobby, just let me know. Jay, anyone here? Yeah, I don't know. Is anyone? Gotcha. There's my zine that I made. There is Making my greatest work yet. Oh yes. There is an HTML version of this somewhere. If anyone wants it, I could link it to you, but not a game, just something I did for fun. Started the Super Did I actually get any mechanics? No. No mechanics. I think the rest of the ideas that I wanted to show you guys are in my notebook. I'm gonna go grab that really quick. Distraction Poplio, do your thing. Okie doke. Okie dokie. Distraction Popular, you've been doing a really good job, man. Oh yeah, this Cave Story remix. Okay, I'm gonna pull up the camera here. Okay, so this is the polymorphous or something. An example of situational influence. So let's see if the camera will adjust. So basically over here, like you would start out as one shape, and going down the staircase, like going out the door, you become a different shape because you're out of the house. And basically, what does that say? I can't read that. Non-8 direction movement. Okay. So when you're alone, you're this shape, but when you're together, you change shapes. And like you see off in the distance that person's a triangle, and as you move closer to them, your character becomes a triangle. And then, oh gosh, a bunch of papers just fell out of my notebook. So then, like in the group, both of you change to like form these like different groups have different shapes as you like follow them along into school, and then you go, and then when you're done with school, like there's these tests, or no, during school you have tests that like imply shapes and then colors and things like that, and then when you're alone and you're just trying to get through a crowd of people be themselves, like you just kind of rapidly shift in between them. So it'd be like a short game just to kind of illustrate how people will give up how they are for the sake of being around other people. That's something that like I have done and kind of learned how to work through in my own life. I have a chameleon personality because it's just how I am. But I've learned how to do that a little more healthily. So that would be like a little empathy game, I guess. You won't be able to discern this. So this is a conversation versus game, and since we're not doing multiplayer games, I won't do this. But basically, like you would say something, and then you're basically, the goal is to try and get the other person to say something out of context in the conversation. There's a lot of details here, but I don't know how to. mitigate through that. We're not going to be pursuing that yet anyways, so this is just a fun opportunity to go through ideas. The Lost Love Game Jam. Ah, yes. The 18-hour pizza inspired by SGDQ 2015. Oh my gosh. This idea is 2 years old. So, yeah, there's a pizza. And once it hits 18 hours, so it's like normal pizza, it's just sitting out. And the event horizon, like the cheese starts to break apart and like get cold. And then once 18 hours hits, like little forests grow and like societies live and die. There's different like things that would happen, like things you could interact with. Eventually, it would start talking to you. Like it was like some dorky idle game idea I had. That would be fun. Someone was just in Discord for a second. Now they're gone. Poetry. More multiplayer stuff. Yeah, and I was all stoked to show you guys this stuff, but it's just hard for me to read in person. I can only imagine it's hard for you guys to see on the camera. I wrote this song. This is called Seeking an End to the Indifferent. This is old school everyday. Okay, so telling you guys this is bad. So we got Sisyphus condemned to Tartarus to roll a stone uphill for eternity and to have it roll down. So you roll the stone up the hill over and over a few times, and you're like, oh man, and then you get like chased down or you die, and then you just spawn at the bottom because you're doomed to eternity. But then I wanted to introduce progression into it. So basically, as you roll the stone, you get stronger. And with your strength, you can buy abilities like more buttons for interaction. So to push the stone faster, a faster push, like different mechanics. As time passes, you get stronger. Different weather would occur. Little encounters would happen, quick time events, and then eventually, like obstructions would come in. Zeus would come and check on you and make sure that you were being punished properly, and eventually, like the end of the game is like you, like I can't remember if you use the stone or you use Zeus's eye to break through the ceiling of Tartarus and come back out into the world. Sisyphus was like, I think I wanted to illustrate that. So like, there's this philosophy that Sisyphus was like really cool because he like owned his punishment, and in owning it, he was free from it. Like some philosophy like that. But I wanted to illustrate how like that philosophy under certain circumstances is just reflective of like how Sisyphus was kind of awful and he was just using whatever he could for his own benefit. So yeah, basically saying that Sisyphus was not so, maybe he was wise and his thing, but not so noble. Oh yeah, choose or like a choice or consequences game where you just sit in a train station waiting for people for your train, and like people try and come up to you, and you can choose to engage with your solicitors or not. Inspired by me sitting in Chicago Union Station, people trying to sell me newspapers. um, got a couple more here for you, and then we'll get on to the actual. We'll pick an idea and start developing. I mean, I'll make some ramen first, but yeah. Okay, so this one of these last ideas. Oh yeah, I want to find this prototype. I gotta find this because it's pretty cool. IMO. Oh man, if I can't find it, I'm gonna be super bummed. Huzzah! Alright. Wait, what did I just shrink? I have no idea. It was distraction, Papio? No. Nah, he's right there. I just shrunk something. Oh, that was the other window that's not existent. Bam! It exists now. Paper Mario. Go figure, right? So, basically, like, you lay down these platforms that tell the character what to do. I don't know if I'll be able to do this. And then, I can't remember. Oh, you have to actually... Yeah. Yeah, and you just make a platformer based around that. It's actually, like, really satisfying on a gameplay standpoint. Just this alone is super fun. He's gone. Like, see if we can do something fun. Just in case I miss. And go. Yeah, like, it was fun. And we have a prototype for it. I mean, we could do it. Yeah. Let me see if there were any remaining ideas in the booklet. That's probably one of my favorite prototypes that I have, besides the heart elation one, which is what I call it. Oh man. Blast from the past. Some of these things. Lots of poetry. Wonder if I'll ever publish any of that. Get like a zine going. Christian, you ever thought about making a zine? We can make a zine. I was talking to Brittany Hartman about making a poetry zine of some sort a long time ago, like summer. And then both of us kind of got distracted. But we talked about it. Cool. Sha. Second hour is almost up, and we're about to choose our concept. And then we actually get to start the writing and the meat of the development. Okay. Let's see here. So we have Math Rock RPG. And so now we can really just kind of let the rants take hold. Math Rock RPG. So you have like the Math Rock soundtrack, but the important aspect of that is how you can manipulate the soundtrack, or basically, like, depending on your attacks, which have to do with like differing time signatures, they can change and like flow with the music. So like, say we have Paper Mario, right? And so like, you have your little your jump or your hammer options. So you pick jump, and it's like yeah, like you would like play with rhythms in it. So like, say you have like a like, you could jump, like every time you press jump or whatever, depending on how you do it, maybe it could interact with the time signature. Yeah, just like coming up with mechanics that interact with time signatures and things like that. That would be challenging. Then having the premise of the RPG itself. You could have like a music world or something like that. I don't know why I just have the... It's not like there's much else going on. I bring my face up here. Hello! Okay. Yeah, so... that could be a thing. Making the music for that would be fun. Just developing the systems. You just have to have a good basis for systems. Nothing's really jumping out at me. Like QTEs could be a thing. Like, so having scripted things that interact with the math, and then if you write the music well, you can, have those kind of procedurally generate, so it keeps you on your toes. Like, like you're doing 3/4, and we could go back to what White Morpheus was saying about like integrating music theory and things like that, so it could kind of be like a music theory game. That could easily be a basis for how we'll do things. Writing this down? No, you should be. Okay. Music theory oriented gameplay. Interactive Soundtrack. As far as narrative goes, I don't really have anything. You could try and do a music narrative. It's the lowest hanging fruit. I'm not sure. That's where we got with that. Tsunami Crisis. That general premise that Chase had mentioned, where you have words occupy different spaces of your character's body, and that represents, maybe it represents a physical place, like, hasty, so you're like, character's fast. Maybe it represents like something different, like an emotional complex, or something like content. If you've ever seen the movie Frank, basically this guy wears a big mask, and yeah. What does he say? Like, non-threatening grin. he like describes his facial expressions. Freaking love that movie. So that as a general premise. Wow, I was just like remembering what he said. I could have just been reading it. Yeah, like we can operate with that, so that way we're not just stuck. If we want to make something that's visual and has movement, and it's not just like a point and click, choose your own adventure, text only sort of thing. Like, it could be text only in a sense, but having more interactive elements, just not putting ourselves in a box. So we should remember that. So I really like that, and I think we can do it. Tsunami Crisis. So in disaster scenario, the crises are engaged unassuming with impending doom, or with doom to strike and little ability to react. In like, I don't know what you would call that, like a emergency health situation. You must find some. You must react, again unassuming, to all that's happening. To the must react. Try and help the person. So that kind of gives you more of a goal. In the first scenario, the disaster scenario, you're just living your life normal, and then a tsunami hits you. We'd probably like put up the facade that there's a different sort of underlying game going on, like, and you have objectives like get up and get ready for work, and it would all happen in real time. So I could see it being like a sandbox thing where your character wakes up and they can see that they have work today, see that there's people that want to meet him, and like, you think like, oh, it's a time management social sim sandbox sort of thing, and so you go and start pursuing these social sim objectives, and then all of a sudden, like, you die. Like, that should, in theory, drive the point home, you know? Like, no one plans their life around the tsunami. The tsunami happens, and they adjust to it or they die. Sometimes you get warning sirens, sometimes you just get hit with a 10-foot wave, man. Excuse me. Get hit with a 10-foot wave, man. Okay. So gameplay wise, really flexible. So it should be time oriented. Time oriented. Underlying structure that alludes to social sim. So when disaster strikes, players caught off guard emotionally, perhaps even mechanically. Short experience for sure. Around 5 minutes of gameplay. And it would just end however the crisis ends. Ends with crisis. Aftermath. The tsunami one would be, I'd like really imagine that with lush visuals, but we could easily do that as a narrative sort of thing. And I could also see a realm in which, like, using the text-based visuals would make that happen. Oh my goodness. These chat things came in a long time ago, I feel like. Yo, chat book, that'd be sweet. I love, like, the idea of that. We'll talk about that later. That would be cool. Yeah, we'll talk about that, and definitely with what all the stuff that Brittany's doing, be really cool. Yeah, oh, that would be interesting. Where like you go and you're like your friend has like your friend starts drowning or something, and then you go and bring them back, and you're like, oh man, like that was intense, and then dead. Yeah, hidden time mechanic amidst it all. Time oriented, possibly hidden, depending on the scenario. Like if you're on the beach, yeah, you're not keeping track of time, you're having fun in the sun. Cool. Let's see. Math RPG. Depending on your skills and your character skills, the enemy can be given a measure again. Hey, but that gives us a framework to operate within. You know, like progression, and then having something to progress towards is a framework to work within. So interactive soundtrack. Perhaps, yeah, enemy sets the tempo. Enemy sets tempo. Time sig. Your ability to work within relative to your skill. It could just be like musical skill. So like say you have like a and then you kind of like the like if if I made an engine that accounted for all the different kinds of rhythm that you could incorporate, and then have the moves encapsulate, you know, X type of rhythm, um, it could be a really good framework to work within. And if you have the game progress, like it could serve as a way to teach people rhythm, things like that. I would be a little concerned about latency, but nah, that'd be fine. In game and IRL. Don't know why I commented there. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. So like time signature has different effects on the environment. Yeah, that could be interesting. Alright. Meta rooms. Animal Crossing. So I am gonna write down a scenario for this where it's like beach scenario. Person is drowning. You help, then tsunami. Now, with this type of with the tsunami game, I like being able to jump back and forth between ideas. So like when I'm talking about a different idea, don't assume that, or I hope that you don't assume I'm abandoning it. We're gonna build things, and whatever takes the most momentum is what we're gonna go with. I've never tried to work out the conceptual process this way, so we'll just see how it goes. Yeah, so I don't really see the crisis game playing out with a bunch of different crises or whatever, just more so having like a sandbox for one scenario. Um, and I think Tsunami is a really good way to go with it, because there are times when tsunamis come without any warning, and so I think that's a realistic thing to drop on a scenario. Okay, chat. Character is negatively affected, loses health, has less will in battles. Takes longer to level up, something of that nature. They choose. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. I'm gonna copy those last two things you said and put those down so I don't lose them. Oh no, did I? Oh god. Oh, okay, it's saved. For some reason I thought it didn't save. Um, yeah, like incentivizing time signatures. Um, incentivizing creative time signatures. Yeah, I think that's really good. Yeah, and like I guess with incentivizing, you want to make basically everything that's not 4-4 or 3-4 a unique incentive unto itself, just because it's so subjective. But then, like, if you took the strict music theory route, you could apply more, like, you're trying to learn these because they have these unique traits, and they will uniquely, like, if there is a puzzle or something, 7-8 is the only thing that can solve this puzzle. 7-8 and whatever your interaction might be, like character's ability to dodge traps or something. Meta Rooms Matrix Existential Crisis Animal Crossing. Okay, so an escape the room scenario. Perhaps dealing with isolation, social anxiety, etc. This, I might actually, yeah. I have an idea for a game that I actually plan on making as something I want to do in the future. It's always been thought of as like a 3D first person thing, where you're in a house and you don't go outside and you're like with all these knickknacks and thoughts and things like that. It didn't really have a theme like this though. It was like really loose, abstract theme. This could be a good way to centralize the idea. So like basically how I'm imagining it is like you're in a room, much like this room. Maybe bigger because this room is kind of small, and um, and yeah, like there's things in this room like cookies and like a notebook and like your phone, and you have all these things you can interact with, like um, like pretend this is a cassette tape, and just shout outs to my friend's podcast, Let God Die. He does a really good job with that. Christian Welch in the chat's on that. You can check that out. I just love shoutouts. I've tweeted about it before, how much I love shoutouts. Yeah, so there's my mind's wandering again. Yeah, so you're like taking the interactive room thing where it's like there's all these things you can interact with in the room, you can click on different things amid the exposition or something, and then I like the idea of having a person in the room with you that's just absurdly negative, um, like a caricature of negativity, really ham-handed on purpose for the sake of showing how we tend to be negative to ourselves. Just like as a general rule, people tend to treat themselves poorly. For instance, I'll use myself as an example. When I play a game that's skill intensive and I do poorly, historically I've been like, "Oh, come on, Fallon! Like, you suck!" Like in my head, or sometimes I'll say it out loud. I'll get mad at myself for performing poorly, and like that's never something I would say to another human being. Um, so like the more I think about it, this becomes more and more relevant because it's in games. I would never say that to a person. So why am I saying it to myself? Because I can take it, or like because I'm being nice to people and I'm using like a social guise. Um, there's a lot of thoughts to explore in that regard, but the underlying thought, IMO, is you probably just shouldn't be talking to yourself like that because it's not nice. It's not constructive. It's just like some people try to get motivation out of telling themselves to do better in a way that is like, come on. But like, I'm a person who believes that like love is more powerful than like anger. I like specifically like hatefulness or like disdain or whatever. Like I don't know. I think that cause I guess you could have a anger that is coming from a loving place, like for justice or whatever. um, so not anger necessarily, but just like negativity. I'm not like a positive vibes dude or anything either. I just like hopefully I'm just saying that shouldn't be mean to yourself. I don't think there's a place for that. Hopefully that comes out all right. If it doesn't, well, welcome to hanging out with me. I'm kind of confusing, and I'm okay with that. So yeah, dealing with isolation. So like maybe that other person isn't real and they're just personifying that attitude. That's what I was trying to get at. The room personifying attitude. Oh, sorry, Chris. I'm like, it doesn't notify me when you post in the chat, so I don't like hear it or anything. I have to physically look over when I'm ranting. I can't read and rant at the same time. Yeah, with the music thing. Oh, so you were like specifically saying a more, what would you call it, like you're shaping your character by way of that, kind of like Undertale or something. I got you. Yeah, I was meaning differences in tempos or time signature as a mechanic, like a hard mechanic. For Tsunami, I have a consistent endgame, but I have a number of. Yeah, that's a really good way to embody the, like, if you want to have replayability or to have just a unique experience. If you want people to have a unique experience, having a sandbox and then having elements of that sandbox have, like, you know, there's a 1 in 3 chance that a kid will be playing on the beach when this happens, or there's a 1 in 3 chance that, or, like, maybe the person isn't drowning, maybe they get stung by jellyfish, or they get, um, or they're lost in the water and you go out to swim and you can't find them, or you can just make it so that time, like, maybe all these things happen in a certain way, but based on how your reaction is according to the underlying time mechanic, which is not illustrated in the UI or anything, these different scenarios can play out. Like, maybe if you don't get there fast enough, you think they're lost, and, like, or maybe if you're out there in the water with them, you can see the jellyfish and prevent the whole thing from happening, and, like, there's exposition about that. Yeah. Okay. I like this. Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, the one ending thing, for sure. Different pathways, yes. Hate to break it to you, but I'm very real. Wait, what do you mean? Like, when the bad event happens, it resets. But it doesn't reset the game state, so you have to solve the correct series of actions. Oh, so, like, there's a correct way to do it? Yeah, because in my mind, the tsunami, like, there's no way to avoid the tsunami. Like, you're on the beach. Once you feel the earth rumble, like, you have a minute. You know? And the underlying time mechanic would be in real time. Or it could not be, and it could just, like, each action you take takes a certain amount of time, perhaps. Yeah, let's write that down. Okay, so I must have misunderstood you. Yeah, the web, you get certain, and yeah, it could be like it could be like the ceramic uncertainty in the sense where, like, you have these endings, so to speak, like these plot resolutions where, like, the abrupt end, like the tsunami hits you and that's it. But every time, maybe there's, like, a reflective thought that happens right before. This is very much like the ceramic uncertainty. But yeah, so, like, say you're in the water when it happens, just like, and you're, like, searching for your friend, so, like, you don't feel the earthquake. You just hear, like, voices, and then as you pop up, you just see a sea of blue, and the exposition goes on about the sea of blue. Or maybe you're on the beach and you're like, oh man, can't believe the CPR actually worked. We managed to blah blah blah. You reflect on the value of life, this and that, and then the tsunami hits and you die. Like, in any case, the tsunami always happens, and yeah, you reach that a game state, to use. Yeah. You are not a game gorilla in terms of taste. I would never say that. We have different tastes, but we're clearly, like, working at a very similar idea. So we got that in common. Time, real time, or real, or actions take a set amount of time. Or actions have time value. Cool. Okay, back to this one. Personifying negative attitude. Sandbox engagement. It's kind of like an underlying theme so far of having these sandbox engagement. You can interact with whatever you want, even the person. So like you could ignore the person being negative and just explore the room, or try to get out of the room, or you could like get strung along their dialogue, etc. I think probably having real time with the Tsunami thing wouldn't be good, just from a practical gameplay standpoint. This is kind of a mathy band. They do little mathy things here and there. They're called Origami JP. Sorry, sidebar. Yeah, having real time probably wouldn't work because people just read at different speeds. I'm a slow reader, so like, and then to have like what you're reading get interrupted would illustrate the totality of, you know, disaster. So I'm gonna leave that back. Maybe there could be real time elements. Have this as a gimmick. True and blue. Maybe it will, like, obviously we can tie it into the narrative in a way that helps illustrate the point of a narrative. But so, like, you know, in the Tsunami, breathing could be a thing, and eventually you just can't breathe through the water. Or the meta rooms, being stuck in a room, having like the heartbeat anxiety thing, and like the higher the heartbeat, the different the exposition might change, like depending on your stress level, if that makes sense. Like in one respect you could be like, you sit in your warmly lit room, listening to tranquil music, and then if you're really like stressed out, it could be like you sit in a room with like dim lights that, and the music that plays is like a dull roar to your uncomfortability. Or I mean, I would try to write something that sounded better. Gets the point across. So yeah, gimmick, exposition mechanic. Micromanagement. Let's not do the bullet hell. we have X'd an idea. Oh, okay. Yeah, that could be really interesting to have a surreality element to it. Um, yeah, that would encourage exploring the different scenarios too. I really like that actually. Um, that's really good, Andrew. I mean, White Morpheus. Anonymity ruined. Um, free jazz. I'll just leave that there. Story told only via choices. Day off simulator. Yeah, let's not do that. Just not feeling it. Story only told via choices. So, like, that could be. So, it would just be. The only exposition you would have is through your choices. I would like to have that be for. I mean, it's just a good. It's a way to do it. You can have exposition, then choices. You could have choices mixed in with an exposition. Or you can just have choices to provide exposition. So that's just an option. Free jazz. I'm just going to leave that there for thematic purpose. But I don't think we'll center anything around that gimmick. Possibility. Okay. I just gotta pick a game, man. We got Math Rock, we got Tsunami, we got Meta Rooms. And then we have these exposition via choice as opposed to exposition then choice or mixture. All right. Yeah, Christian, that's exactly where my mind first goes. Just like it's a, the thing happens, and like you have a little dialogue about our inability to deal with death, or perhaps like your ability to we're always trying to escape it, or like depending on whatever scenario you're in right before the tsunami hits, it could give a little dialogue. I'm really partial toward that, especially since it's like something that I have done with the ceramic uncertainty. Yeah. Um. My heart is telling me, and if this is a thing about lost love and you know that sort of thing, I feel like Math Rock RPG is a premise that should be explored whereas this is like summing up a lot for me to do either the Tsunami or the meta room thing, at least in the sense of going with the idea, and in another sense like using my abilities that I have currently. So I think we're gonna stick with these two. And we'll just save our notes on we'll archive our notes here in brackets because that's how that works. And for another game jam, I really, really, really want to do a Mathrock RPG someday. If any of y'all want to spearhead the design on that and just let me make the music, I would love to do that. Anyways, Tsunami Crisis or Meta Rooms. All right. So like my gut just says Tsunami Crisis with no explanation. Thinking about it a little more, going with the room, I think it would be a really cool way to tie together this other idea I've had with a more centralized theme. I can see a realm where we're incorporating music here. However, I don't see a conclusion. Like, I don't really know how to. It would be kind of. Dialogue wise, it would be pretty stream of consciousness. Whereas here with the Tsunami Crisis, I feel like it's very well fleshed out and very well within limitations, in a way that allows us so we don't get too crazy with the game jam. The meta rooms, I could see it getting a little crazy, a little abstract. So Tsunami it is. Tsunami it is. Oh, I just saw your thing about combining them. Yeah, if you made it like each replayable scenario, we'll have to flesh that out. Yeah, we'll have to flesh that out and see like what direction it will work best in. Whether it's a one shot, if we make it more like the Tsunami Uncertainty, or if we make it with a regular ending and then a true ending. You know, I think there's a lot we can do with this. I'm really excited for it. I am also really hungry. And I think it's a good time to take a break. So I'm going to mute my microphone and I'm going to throw up Distraction Poplio, turn up the music, and just let it play. This is actually an album of mine that I wrote years ago called And I Hope Your Lives Don't Blow. It's actually my first ambient album that I ever wrote. So that being said, I'm gonna turn up the music. First Distraction Poplio. I'm gonna mute the mic and the camera, and I'll see you guys in a little bit.
What was it?
It was that
Forms?
the book and the forms weren't.
Well, then
I don't
let's see
know.
if we can find where that is.
See,
you downloaded.
Go to here first, and that'll take us to where I went.
Okay.
Hello, 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 hello. Made it back. The break is now over. I'm gonna be fixing this screen here. Distraction Poplio has been going to town, man. I had a delicious pot of 2 packs of ramen and 2 sriracha tofu blocks. Tofu didn't taste very good, but you get what you get at the food bank, man. It was solid. Oh. Getting text messages. Alright. This is one of my favorite songs ever. Period, like of all time. Top 50. For sure. I hope you all had a nice break yourselves. Back. Alright, I am just trying to find the, is it reminder text? Yeah. Phase 2. Development. Alright. Cool. Man, 4 of you guys are still around? Makes me feel all warm and cozy, man. I was like, I feel like the music's really loud, but then I took one earphone out and realized that's what I've been doing this whole time. It's like, I put all the settings back to normal. Oh, I forgot to turn my video back on. Sha-sha-sha! Oh. It's buried beneath all this other stuff. Position to the top. And now it's not working. It still hasn't moved to the top, that's why. There we go. Found me. Cool, so since goodbye distraction Poplio. See you later. Okay. So for anyone that might be joining that's new, I assume that's not what's happening. I assume that you're all veterans of the last 2.5 hours. We spent a long time deciding on our concept. It was just fun. So our main goal of the stream here is to have fun and make a game. So we're accomplishing both with varying degrees of efficiency. And yeah, the game idea we decided to go on was actually inspired by something that, so the theme of the game jam being to find your long lost love, so we're using old game ideas. This particular idea stems from being, or I'm sorry, I turned the volume up on my computer too. That's what was different. I was like, this shouldn't be so loud. Yeah, so the idea that we chose was the Tsunami Crisis sort of game. So the original idea was something born out of a conversation I had with a friend last year. An idea that had been stirring around in my mind for a while, where you kind of play a social sim, but whatever you're doing at some point abruptly ends as a tsunami comes and wipes out the very ground from which you stand. And it's just like an abrupt ending meant to make you be a bit reflective of sudden death and that sort of thing. Life, all the things that come with reflecting on death. And it's kind of a serious game in its premise. It is a serious game in its premise. And yeah, we kind of, through brainstorming with the chat, we managed to come up with some more to the idea. I'm gonna pull up my other window here. So OBS does this thing to me. Oh, that's the wrong one. Where it will like freeze. So I was hoping that it would keep updating you guys on what songs are playing during the break, but instead it just froze and it didn't refresh the songs. So, and like right here, it's not refreshing the window. Hey, there we go. There we go. I refreshed it. Before we get started, that was our little recap. But in regards to the stream in general, I just want to give a huge thanks to my Patreon supporters. I have 8 of them. For the sake of anonymity, I won't name them all, but they single-handedly support my ability to do creative endeavors. They see this as a joint effort, you know. To engage art is just as important as it is to produce art. And when I say art, I mean creative works, because I'm not a visual artist, truth be told. Yeah, so huge thank you to my patron supporters for sticking with me for as long as you have and making this a reality. It's been super fun so far today. I would encourage you, if you're curious about it in any regard, just to know what it is. In the description for my channel, you just scroll down there, and there should be a link to my Patreon, which you can look at all the things I do, my portfolio, and the kind of the incentives offered for joining up with Patreon. I have a couple patrons that just give and don't expect any reward, and that's totally like, you guys are crazy, and I love you, thank you. But then there are a lot of really cool rewards I spent a lot of time trying to make sure that I could deliver upon, and I encourage you to check those out. The stream being a monthly thing is a result of a milestone that we made with Patreon, where we were making like 100 and something bucks a month allows for the stream to be possible. Yeah, and I'm actually hoping to, while we're on the subject, I'm hoping to expand the platform a little more to do things like vlogs, creative vlogs. So just kind of going more in depth on my creative process in like a talk format. I did that in a blog format recently, but just trying to do more videos. I would like to also offer tutorship, so being able to tutor people on game development, writing, music, just whatever my skills involve. I would like to start offering that soon. I haven't fleshed out all the details. It's not official yet, but it is something I am looking into and I'm interested in. Yeah, so like I said, Patreon supports me to be able to buy groceries and like do things. I am truly stoked on the platform, just in a creative aspect of being able to connect with people through it. It's really awesome. And yeah, thanks for hearing my commercial out. We're gonna get into the nitty-gritty of developing this game that we have spent so much time just picking the concept. We haven't even fleshed out the concept. So first things first, we gotta decide. So now that we've kind of like established our concept, we want to establish how we're going to go into it. And so the gameplay that I'm imagining is, so it's going to be a text game, similar to the Ceramic Uncertainty. So we had some ideas for graphics, but during the break I decided that it would just be way more straightforward in terms of development, design, just everything if I just kept it at the words. We don't need to try and like go beyond that just might be more trouble than it's worth. And I think that at its core, this idea can work very well as a story, an interactive story, that is. And we can incorporate game elements such as player agency, being able to simulate progress, even though it's over a course of 5 minutes and in the game time. And then we want to really drive the point home with we want to drive the point home, and I feel like a good medium to do that is through like reflective dialogue, whether it's inner dialogue or interpersonal dialogue. And so, yeah, and we also want it to be a sandbox, meaning we want to give the player all the tools to play the game right off the bat, and there's no like leveling or anything like that. You're a normal person. The scenario, I just keep coming back to it, so we're gonna go with this beach scenario where you're at the beach, and you're kind of free to do whatever a person would do at the beach, and we'll let the story play out from there. You'll have different endings, but they all end with the tsunami coming in. There is a concept I want to play with, but we'll save that for the writing. White Morpheus in the chat had mentioned it as sort of a surreality that comes over if you play a certain sequence of events, and that sequence would be one in which you kind of, I guess, come to terms with the event in a way that I guess suits the purpose of the reflective nature of the game, meaning accepting death. Because this game, in our development of it, in a sense, we're kind of confronting death, and we're confronting the harsh reality of it in a safe way, where we can just think about it through a story, through a little bit of interactive media. And that's really exciting to me, that we get to do that with video games. As far as music goes, it would be cool to have a light ambient soundtrack, maybe even some field recordings. I don't exactly live near I live about 50 miles away from the ocean, so And that's just off of Google Maps. I don't know how many highway miles that is. So needless to say, I don't have access to field recordings of the beach. So we'll have to work within our limitations. I know that a soundtrack isn't necessary, but I really like one because I love music. Music's my main thing in life. That's my main skill and the thing I love to be doing the most. So to be able to do that would be sweet. We'll see what happens. It's going to be in phase 3, which is polish. I'm going to lump that in there. Other things that will go with polish will be like sprucing up the font, trying to have like nice aesthetic additions here and there, layouts for the text, and then just like fixing grammar errors, which will surely come up. It's just how it goes, like bugs in programming, or needing to erase as a sketch. So yeah, let's get to it, shall we? That was a lot of talking. I'm gonna read the chat real quick. Christian, oh yeah, thanks for answering the question. Yeah, these are really interesting ideas. I want to say that we can do a lot of these things, kind of refining a bit of the design. In this case, I'm inspired by the ceramic uncertainty and how if we're going to make this a game that has replayability, or encourages replayability rather, we want to, so the ending is always going to end with the tsunami, and then we give players the option to explore things in the next cycles of the game. Now, I'm not really sure how we want to approach the player themselves. I think I'm just gonna say like you when referring to the player. Just refer to it as if the exposition refers to the player, and it'll say like, it's a great day to be at the beach. And it'll like describe the surroundings, and there you are. And then you go about and do your thing, and then once you get to your point in the story, which the tsunami comes, it will be like, and here comes the tsunami. I want to implement a time mechanic, which I will say we're gonna do. There's a few ways we can do it. We can do real time, where it's like you can do as much as you can within real time. The problem with that is that eventually, I guess if you wanted to break the game, you could just click really fast, and then eventually, like, I have to have enough content for you. And I could put in a bunch of filler content, I suppose. I could make a lot of content to make it to make it really hard for a person to go through it very quickly. And yeah, just accounting for that, I don't think we can do it solely based on real time. We can't make it a solely a real time thing. I also don't want to do the cop out scenario where it's like you go through all the things and eventually you're trying to leave, or I guess we could have actions. Yeah, if you're gonna have it in real time, I suppose you can cause the player to have to wait until their next action is available because you have to perform it. Like, say you're gonna walk to the parking lot to get in your car. So you get to the beach and you just decide you want to go back to the car for whatever reason. You go back. So you click go back, and then you then have to wait till the person goes back. And perhaps there's like little dialogue that will come in and be like, you begin walking. The hot pavement burns your feet, so you pick up the pace, and then you reach the car, and then like, and then it will give you the option to be like, open the door, go back, etc. But it would let real time pass to kind of drive the point home. That could be cool, and that would solve the problem. You can't just you can't just blaze through. You can't blaze through when it doesn't let you blaze through. And eventually, if we have all those things on timers themselves, they like you can account for the maximum amount of time if you were to optimally click around, and then so it's nice to know that there's a cap on the time spent here. And perhaps certain paths can trigger the tsunami faster than others, like if they don't have much going for them. Say you're to drive home, I could give some big long exposition about your thoughts as you're reflecting and you drive, and then like abruptly interrupted by the crackles in the road. There's ways we can do this. There's lots of ways. So that's real time. Now let's talk about the... well, I should read the chat first. That's a really good way to frame the scenario. Totally. Saying, like, addressing you versus just saying, the beach is warm. It's nice. Even if you were to describe the pavement, you could just say the pavement's molten hot. Surely any barefooted passerby would quicken their pace. You may yeah, I guess just like certain elements you might need to address the player as you, or they could just show the option to get in the car, and then or not get in the car. Yeah. So we can do this. We can do this. I really like that framework. I think we should roll with that. So not going to address you, but just describe describe the scenario and then portray options. I think we can interlace the two. We can, amid the exposition, we can put in a link for an option. Or if you want to read more, I've seen this in tons of games. You can, it'll say something about like, you scan the beach. It's lightly populated, or scanning the beach shows the light population, children playing with sandcastles, and then it'll be like highlight the sandcastles. You click on the sandcastle, and it would describe the sandcastle in more detail, and then have like a back button or options relating to the sandcastle. So we can interlace actions with exposition. It doesn't have to be separate like the ceramic uncertainty is. There's almost no interlacing of the exposition and options in the ceramic uncertainty. Something I would definitely change. Well, I don't know. That's a sidebar for another day. I'm gonna continue reading the chat. Oh yeah, maybe we should do a little bit of Tsunami research, because I love research when it comes to writing your story. I did a pretty sweet researching scenario. It had something to do with explosions, and so I watched like half an hour's worth of explosion videos just to make sure I could accurately describe. One was really intense. It was like home footage of somewhere in the Middle East. This guy was filming from his apartment, like that they were being bombed by somebody from jets. It was like really disturbing. That was when I was like, yeah, war is super lame. That is nerve-wracking. So time economy is the other prospect that I was thinking about, where the actions take a certain amount of time, and that's very doable. And basically we would just have a scenario for wherever you are, like in the programming, it would be wherever you're at, if the time equals 30, so like say it's a 30-minute time frame. Once you've spent 30 or over 30 minutes, it would take you to the unique plot resolution of that scenario. So like if you had just got done giving someone CPR, and that was when you ran out of time economy, then it would like give dialogue based on the CPR, or the sandcastle. If you spent time just crafting a glorious sandcastle, and it reaches the maximum time, the end dialogue would reflect that specifically. Yeah, and I do want to have spoken dialogue. So, having a person be able to have a conversation with another person, it would just be like, you click on the thing, and then it would always be back and forth. well, it could mostly be back and forth, and then if you want to flesh out like a person, putting their hand on their head or something, you could say that about them, but leaving that out of, yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. Handling dialogue from your player character to another person will impose a lot. So that's the interesting thing that we'll have to account for. We'll come back to that. Yeah, so time economy versus real time. I could see both of those going pretty well. Both of those work really well. The problem with real time is that if you're going to do multiple play, it restricts multiple playthroughs being enjoyable, just on the basis of you have to wait for everything. So if you want to explore all the different scenarios, you have to invest your real time when you really just want to read it. So that might not work so well. I had a really cool idea that I have no idea how to implement. So I think we'll just have to reframe it. But the idea was that with that tide going out, I think it would be really cool if there was like a little graphic of a tide that's just like, it has nothing in it but the tide, and it just like washes in and out. And then you would just like notice that the tide like just kind of draws back, and you don't see it for a second. You're like, what the heck? I think it would make the first playthrough, it would really drive the first playthrough. However, if you just tie it into the exposition, I think that's a similarly effective framework to operate within. Christian, I think that would be really cool. However, with the scenario thing, we would either have to make the scope of each sandbox much smaller, which we could do, like, so if we did that, we would have to make the scope of the sandbox much smaller. So we can either have a big sprawling sandbox. Oh, sprawling. I mean, there's only so much you can do in a scenario, reasonably speaking, where you're just going through that, and we can illustrate the Tsunami's lack of bias through the different interactions you have along the beach. I think that goal can be accomplished in one scenario. However, it would be really cool so like you have vacation scenario, you have the work scenario, and you just like limit the possibility. Well, I mean, I guess you wouldn't have to limit them for the sake of the game jam. I think I kind of want to focus on one scenario just because it might be like a lot of tying things to, like, I don't know. I'm really intrigued by it the more I think about it. I'm trying my best to verbalize my thoughts. That's why things come out garbled sometimes. I really like that idea. How do we... I guess my only concern with that would be, how do we create the loop? Then I would want to tie it to I guess a more cohesive resolution. Whereas in the one scenario, if you're just stuck with one scenario, the player can feel free to be like, well, that was it, and like have the freedom to not explore the other ideas, and only do so if they're intrigued. Whereas if there's like a definite progression, as in not progression in traditional sense, but like, in this scenario, you do the vacation one, you do the work one, you do the boat one, you do the kid one. Like, you can have a lot of different scenarios like that play out, and your options are limited to that scenario. But I guess at what point do we stop making content for it, if that makes sense? A question we also have to answer in the just vacation scenario as well. But I feel like it's a little easier to tie off with one. So it's like an ambition thing, I guess. I'm going to write it down. Setting scenario variety. Okay. Alright. So that being said, all that stuff kind of out there. Let's pull up Twine. Twine is what I use. Oh, cool. Alright now. Twine is what I use to make these types of games. So we want to start a new story. Oh, we got a ping in the Discord here. Jake, can you hear me? Hey, I can hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Seriously, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can always hear you. I'm using the push to talk feature. So
Oh, okay.
pick up all the background sound here in the room. We got the boys are playing some X-Wing, and the wife's watching some HGTV. So
Sure thing. I can't even hear anything when you're talking through that, so I'm glad that we got Discord going for you. Are you listening to audio that I'm speaking to through the Twitch channel or through Discord? Just so I know if you're anticipating delay or not. They changed the aesthetic of Twine. it's all white now, and so this used to be blue. I kind of want it to be darker because it's easier on the eyes. I don't see an option for that. Okie doke. So we'll just, I think here's what we'll do. We'll start with just writing out the different scenarios. I'm sorry. We'll start with writing out the vacation scenario, and then just kind of get a feel for how writing for multiple scenarios, such as like going to work or whatnot, those things will be illustrated. So we'll just we'll play it by ear. Okay. Starting. So I'm just gonna go with describing the beach. Call this node the beach. Forgive me if I kind of go a little more quiet. This rock and roll soundtrack here. I'm gonna skip this. Yeah. I'm gonna be typing, and so I'm gonna be thinking about what I type. I'm a better writer than I am a speaker. So it will be easier for me to focus on typing when I'm just trying to type. So I might go quiet here and there. Hope that's cool. I'll try and verbally process my thoughts as I go, but just getting a feel for the framework. Oh, we gotta get rid of these pronouns. See? This is why we're doing that. Just trying to imagine this beach. If we go the replayability route, I think it would be cool to have, if we're just replaying one scenario, it would be cool to have minor alterations just to keep you from glazing over the exposition. This is an idea that White Morpheus had suggested a while back, and I had mentioned. But like, yeah, so it would be like a 1 in 3 chance that there will be a kid working on a sandcastle. 1 in 3 chance that there will be a seagull then where the kid would have been, and 1 in 3 chance that there will be an attractive person sunbathing there, and like that would be scene A. Those are the 3 things that could happen, and like it would just be slight alterations in your replayability for that scenario, just to keep things fresh. Wouldn't necessarily want them to be different, but having the option for them to be different to kind of mix and match and procedurally generate a scenario, it would be cool. I think what we'll do is we'll start by just writing out the base scenario, and right now I'm just gonna say that you'll have 10 minutes on the beach. I want to say 5 minutes, but 5 minutes seems like it could be a little too short. Is there a way to set up one scenario where you do something to where you drive back into the city and aren't hit by the tsunami? Yeah, I suppose there could be like a interaction like that, and then the end of that resolution would reflect that. You watch as the ground, or I mean, the the water washes over the beach, and then the streets, and then the buildings. The engine roars on, and cars are skirting back and forth in between the lanes, barreling towards safety, that sort of thing. And it can resolve that way for sure. my only apprehension about that, which I think it would be really cool because survivor's guilt and things like that are absolutely an outcome that can spring from this type of ordeal. And there's a lot of variants that we can throw in for the multiple playthroughs. You know, if you're trying to do the same thing, get the car option. Like, some scenarios you could drive away. In some scenarios, you could hit somebody who is running. You could get trapped in your car. All lots of grim, very real possibilities. Yeah, maybe that's a good way to, like, brainstorm. So we have the beach. And then we want to... Oh, they changed how you do this. How do you make another... Oh, passage. They did not change it. I just am a goof. Alright. I'm just going to establish, like, pivot points, not necessarily the resolutions right now. Sandcastle comes up quite a bit. I'm going to... We're going for Seagull. We will say also that you don't know anyone at this beach. Just to simplify that sort of... We don't want to create a backstory for the player character. We want to keep them as ambiguous as the variety of potential people that could be playing this, you know? Just to make it as relatable as possible and immersive as possible without trying to figure out who you are. Don't get Matt Pat on our tails. Yeah, having it be a outcome that is rewarded more so after exploring the different options could definitely be a thing. And then if they were so inclined to continually replay after that, having the varied scenarios where they try to escape again, it could be cool to show, like, hey, you drove away, but this time, you know, you rear-ended someone and got stuck and then caused a pileup, and then the water washes over. Here's that free jazz I was talking about. Heat engine, baby. Shout outs to my friend Andrew Chosky. Friend, bandmate, sparring partner in Smash 4. Free jazz aficionado. I will say that the player will, absolutely. And since this is supposed to kind of represent the player, I don't think any of the options are going to reflect your knowledge, but you can take your knowledge from previous playthroughs and, you know, put the pieces together. because we can't control the player having knowledge. We can control the character in game and their knowledge, and I think it would be probably more. I think it would be better to operate on the assumption that the player is applying their knowledge to the character. Yeah, I mean, it can be a hidden mechanic, so to speak. Like as you do things, like say you go swim out and you know that there's seaweed or something, and like you talk to a person that's out in the water with you, you'd be like, watch out for the seaweed. um, yeah, these are all great things. We'll start with this first playthrough, and we'll approach that as we go. So I'm gonna write that down though. We're gonna make a new thing. So Tsunami deets caps lock. I hope you guys love this free jazz. Multiply through differences. Escape scenarios. Alright, we'll come back to that. To me, making it out is not winning. That's not how I would personally frame it. I think it would just be like, I don't want to, like, in the different death scenarios, I want to pose viewpoints that could even contrast with one another. I think I just got some sriracha in my eye. So like having, one scenario where they accept death and one where they fear it, or like clearly the exposition will be imposing different things based on the scenario. and I want them to be. I want no perspective to be better than the other. So even escaping, I want to have that same philosophy. So if someone escapes, you know, like they can be grateful, or they could have survivor's guilt, or they could, um, like, be concerned for the rest of the people. They want to help. Got another rock and roll thing. We're trying to have a chill stream here. I don't know why. Who put that song in here? Yeah, I just like. I don't want to make Groundhog Day too obvious. Kind of leave that up to the player. The Groundhog Day is in the movie of Steve Martin. If you don't get the reference, it's a great movie. So like, have it be subtle, not really imply it in the exposition, but more so imply it in the options that come forth as your experience in this scenario grows. Could you perhaps link, or I've never heard of Edge of Tomorrow. I suppose I could try and Google it. Not the movie. I gotta sneeze. Is it a book? I really gotta sneeze and I can't do it. I just want the release of the sneeze. There's a manga. Ding 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 ding. Immediately interested. All you need is kill. Thank you for that link. I'm totally gonna read this. Just gonna put that in the old favorites. BTW, Andrew, I am hoping to watch Full Metal Alchemist at some point. I finished whatever I was watching the last time I was talking to you about Animu. Does a prior knowledge and ability to prevent things create a different game? No. So, and that's, well, okay. So that's one premise that we were considering, you know, where the prior knowledge might, life can end whenever philosophy game is supposed to. feel like legit life can't end. Yeah, it's like I want the freedom to take it either way. So like a I think it should be just as satisfying if you play it once. I mean, just as like satisfying is such like a game design term that's like based on traditional game design, but like with this kind of design, um, having it be a successful, I think it should accomplish the same kind of goal in one playthrough as it does with multiple playthroughs. Multiple playthroughs should, more than anything, just give you more opportunities to play with different perspectives. And the way I see it, having options expand would serve as a means to just like incentivize the player to keep exploring options. But there would never be a true end scenario that's like, you did it, good job. Except if we were to take that surreal side of things where, you know, the tsunami flies overhead. That would be sweet. And you just kind of get wrapped, the world just, yeah. I can visualize that really well for some reason, and it's really powerful to me. So yeah, like, all in all, multi-playthroughs should only add to the experience. They shouldn't be a necessity. I hope that answers your question, Christian. The win situation. Yeah, exactly. Like, each scenario is just portraying a different perspective, not a better one. And then, like, even if it passes over, just like, you know, you see the big stream of water, like the wall just kind of rise up, and it passes over the town, and it like blots out the sun, and then it like leaves, and then you're just still standing there, and that's where it ends. Like, I still think it can portray all the things the other scenarios are doing in a different way. Like, hopefully, I don't think that necessarily has to, you know, be the end all or the sum of all things. I wouldn't want to push the surrealism too far beyond that, though. And just keep it in the thought experiment realm as opposed to the world building realm. But yeah, the tsunami existing as a neutral force that different means of perception can be built upon. That's the goal for every plot resolution we come across. I'm gonna write that down. Tsunami exists to create a neutral force for perception to be built upon. If it was subconscious, I wasn't intentionally doing that. Is that something that you guys talked about in the van sessions for Food and Friends? For the uninitiated, Food and Friends is a tour that happens. Well, it's happened twice, and comprised of musicians and poets, and they've recorded everyone. They've recorded a few songs from everyone, and then some commentary, and on this most recent tour of theirs, and then put it onto a cassette tape and released it. I just listened to it recently, and so yeah, I wasn't intentionally referencing Groundhog Day. It's really cool though. I'm a big fan of that Food and Friends thing. A huge fan, actually. I loved it. I still have to listen to the Furnace Creek thing, but I listen to everyone else's. Okie dokie. I don't know how, but at one point we had 7 viewers. We had 5 pretty consistently for a while. That was way a long time ago. I just want to know who these people are, you know? Okay. Back to brainstorming. Okay, so we have the car, sandcastle, seagull. I'm just gonna start throwing things out there, and we'll just piece them all together as we go. Water. The weather. The people. This is one of my top 50 favorite songs of all time as well. And by now, can't believe I'm on a tour with this guy. So cool. That takes talent. I guess you can be 2 people on the internet. You can be lots of people. It's called catfishing. Cool. I think this is enough to get the ball rolling. I've never written knowing that other people are watching me write. This will be fun. And I'm not gonna, for this first draft, I'm not gonna account for the different like the random variations. I'm just gonna write one scenario as static and straightforward as can be. I think we'll stay away from like proper nouns as well, such as naming the cove. I do imagine this just to kind of give you guys an idea of what I'm thinking of. I think this song is kind of intense, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Not feeling so intense right now. Same with that one. Oh, did I say Steve Martin? I meant Bill Murray. Oh. Oh, yeah, like how Steve Martin got Best Supporting Actor in Castaway because he played Wilson on the green screen. I've heard that joke. I didn't know that that's where it came from. um, no, I did not watch the documentary. I certainly am intrigued to, though, especially after listening to the tape, because the tape was my jam. I got a little heartburn going. I don't know if I should take my medicine or wait it out. I'm gonna have to research different streaming interfaces and like tools to make chat easier. So I could like hear like, a ping from the chat instead of looking over. I can respond sooner. I'm sure there's lots of tools out there. I'm also gonna do my best not to like try to go back and edit things until later, much later. Just wanna get stuff out. I'm also not gonna worry about pacing right now. I'm just gonna write. Oh yeah, I was gonna describe the environment. So I'm imagining this cove that basically like is in a U shape, like most coves. And like the mountains are pretty tall in the cove, or that create the border for the cove. Um, and you're like, so I guess the beach is probably like a half mile, maybe 3/4 of a mile long. So it's pretty narrow. Um, and I imagine that the like tall, mountainy sort of hills that create this U are really green and covered with trees and shrubbery. Uh, and like not too far away from the beach, there's like some parking lots and like street parking, and then it just goes right into streets and various buildings for like a downtown district sort of thing, or a touristy sort of district. It's funny as I'm describing it, I'm like imagining places I've been in real life in different scenarios, and they're all just kind of making this amalgam in my head to create this. I'm trying to think of how to describe the cove. I guess we can make that its own thing. Right now I'm going to operate on the rule that every option consumes time economy. So even if you're just reflecting on the weather, it's going to take time. And we're going to keep time economy as a hidden stat rather than a something that a player knows about. We could also make it a variable stat for each one, like 1 to 3 minutes for thinking about the weather. Could be a thing. We're gonna imagine this is a 10-minute scenario. That could change. So what I'm doing now is I'm going to take key phrases from the exposition and I'm putting brackets around them. And what that's going to do is create cells that are connected to those phrases. So when you play this section, humid, hot summer air is going to be linked, and you'll be able to go to the linked cell of humid, hot summer air, and there will be whatever we type in there. Wow, they really spiced up this UI. It looks nice. Boom! It's like a spider. So when we play it, it's gonna look like this. Essentially, yeah, Christian. I'm gonna leave the time economy thing as a means of when the different, like, whenever the tsunami will appear, and thus, like, the unique reflective nature of where you're at when you die or escape. Yeah, but that's essentially how it will go. So there, as far as how many choices you'll get to before the tsunami hits, that will vary depending on the choices you make. Everything will be taxed by the time economy. So like right now I'm describing the sun and the sky and the weather, and I don't know how long we'll want this to cost, but it will cost some amount. This remix though. Shoutouts to Foxy Panda. Whoever that is. Alright. Just writing, I can't go back and try to fix things. Gosh, this is dope. I don't know what you would call that geographical feature, where it's like, I guess you would call it a mountain. Oh. I've never studied environmental exposition. I just read a bunch of books and like copied them. My favorite environmental exposition I've ever read comes from a author by the name of Haruki Murakami, and he just he can make a freaking soda can seem like the crown of royalty. It's amazing. Alright. So just describe the weather. We're going to describe the cove. Jay, what's up, man? Tesseract King. I do love Halloween. It's my favorite holiday. I love Halloween. Yeah, I decided to do Twitch because I like it better than YouTube. That's the only reason. YouTube runs poorly on my computer. Like it's it's a website that runs poorly. That's so weird to me. But like it has absurd loading times and like doesn't respect my ad blocker. I'm not happy with YouTube right now. And Twitch just seems appropriate for this game stuff. Yeah, slamming Twitch. I mean, YouTube. Get wrecked, YouTube. Plus, I mean, my sub emotes are so cool. Like, look at all these sub emotes. You know? I'm just trying to get my sub button, you know? What are the YouTube heroes? What does that mean? Alright, now we're describing the ocean cove. Tesseract King, if you would like a link to the Discord lobby that I'm in, it is currently just me, and you could join me for some creative writing that's happening right now. Oh man, that is dirty stuff, like real low brow. Gosh. You know what they say about snitches? We esports, so I'm not gonna go there. But Ocean Cove. Oh man. This soup looks more like a curry now. All that's left is tofu, so it's not that gross. Yeah, I'll still be on. just let me know. Just like message me on Facebook and I'll give you the link. Ooh. Maybe you could do your own game jam alongside my game jam. And we can share our stories at the end. So like the thread that I'm working on right now with the humid summer is supposed to bring in the Ocean Cove, kind of get you on this daydreamy sort of thread. So when the plot resolution hits, aka when the tsunami hits, the player will be left with a sort of perspective influenced by that. See ya, Mr. King. It's funny when you see people's screen names and you know who they are and you just want to call them by their name. But like, I assume no one wants to be called by their name unless otherwise established. I assume they just want to be called by the screen name. Plus, like, we would have a couple different people in the chat named Jay, and that would just be confusing. So, all right, the Ocean Cove. So we're gonna go with more naturey reflection sort of stuff. So I'll say let's see. It kills me to not meticulously go back and rewrite everything. I just need to get these ideas out, though. This is a creative process, man. Raw and unedited. But with a lot more sidebars and ranting. Yeah, I'm definitely rewriting that sentence. Oh, the stream is 5 minutes behind for you. On my preview, it's not saying 5 minutes behind, but if anyone else is having latency issues, please voice them so I can panic and not know what to do. Try refreshing your browser. Also, my mind operates on alliteration. It's just how it works when it comes to writing. Sometimes it just... I don't know if I want to adopt that as a stylistic thing or if something I actually need to try not to do so often. Center of sand, or the center of sand, a strong symmetrical contrast. Like, that's something I would have kept in the ceramic uncertainty, but I'm not really sure where I stand on it nowadays. I don't see anyone else writing like that, so I'm just like, you know, if I saw someone else writing that, would I not be happy with it? Or maybe it's just a thing that's characteristic of me as a writer. Who knows? You just gotta write what you like. I haven't really separated my writing from myself in the way that I do with my music. I see your thing in chat. I'm gonna text you. Scene. Scene. Christian's having issues with latency. Whoa. Alright, we're back. Yeah, between like 15 and 30 seconds is pretty normal. Beyond the border. The natural border. I wonder also if it has to do with the fact that, like, we're on the other side. We're literally, like, as far away in the US as we could be. But I don't know how servers and internet and ping works, so. Da, da, da. I got a Discord notification? No. Psych? Okay. Yeah. Stands. Whoa. Rock and roll. Love this song. This is, let's see, is what you're typing out describing the code or design, actual game commentary. This is actually, like, I'm actually describing the cove as we would read it in the game. This is the first draft, though, so, like, it's not exactly how I would word things, but it's getting our basis down. like. You call. I don't know. I might just use this. I might just use this. I'm not really sure, so I'll just leave them both there. So we're just getting the content in there. Polish it up later. Okay. Cave Story is such a good game. Ugh. But we're trying to have a chill stream here. I don't know why I put all these rock and roll remixes in there. Oh man, this is a B-side from my album Other. I'm a big fan of this one. the cove, the air / weather, the beach. Okay. This is the only ambient song oh no. This is the second ambient song I've ever made. This is like the longest one too. JY, no I have Joy? Like it's in the Blood and Ink band Joy? If so, yes, they're a little dark for my taste. I just don't like dark music very much. Even the song, like I really like it. It's a little too dark for something I would listen to on a normal basis. Yeah. I like pretty music. And I can't say I've listened to much of Joy either. Just like a couple singles, and then I think I caught part of their set at audio feed. Both. More so the tone. Just like on an aesthetic level, dark things are hard for me to get attached to. I have to like be around them a lot. Or they have to be like super groovy. Like one of my favorite albums by any band ever, it's called Depravity by A Plea for Purging. It's pretty dark, but it's super riffy and super groovy, and so I think that's why I was attracted to it. Just it suits my palate in that way. Joy is just like really just like heavy on you, if that makes sense, and that's hard for me on first. It's hard for me unless I get used to it. Yeah. Let's see, generous space in the water. Solemnity. Sorry if I just trashed on your favorite band, Christian. just shared my opinion on how I engage the music. I'm sure the music is fine. It's not really my style. Any strong opinions or thoughts? Interesting thoughts? I've never listened to Between Two Thieves. I wonder what the name change is about. Yo, this is in like my top 40 songs of all time. I'll say top 50. I don't want to exclude the others out of being in top 40 as well. Just keep it general enough where I don't have to give a ruling on it. Not that anyone cares. A private place to be. Oh man, I love this song. A private swim, you goof. You goof. Cool. So I'm just kind of like piecing together little bits of their narrative, cleaning up this extra like conceptual stuff, making way for things that are actually going to be used. If we play the game right now, it's gonna look like this. Yeah, so we can like go here, do this. This is a little graphic. It's just where my thoughts went. Oh man, this song gave me a really good idea. Basically like taking the field recording notion and having the sound of the tide, or I guess whatever setting you're in, be the ambiance that you hear. And it's like when you're by the tide, it's just always like and then whenever you get like close to the tsunami, it will like die down a little bit, and then it'll just like be silent, and that'll create a moment of tension. And then the roar of the tsunami, then it's just silent again. I mean, we could just have this song as the soundtrack on loop. It would be good for a placeholder, if nothing else. Yeah, and you could have like the roar of the engine, or the rumble of the engine as you drive in the car, if you drive the car. Yeah, cool. I'm gonna write that down. Field recording ambiance. tying this together to that so that you can actually, you know, get a description of the water if you so desire. We're connecting them. Oh man, I love how smooth the animations are. I'm a dancing spider. I'm a dancing spider. Yeah. That feel when the clock says you've been live for 6.5 hours. I mean, I was gone for one of those hours, but yeah, it's been a while, man. I don't know how people stream for 8 hours a day. Seems like a lot of time to stream. I gotta describe the water, I think. I think it's about time we do that. The program is called Twine. I will link you to the website. You can actually run it in your browser. It's free, open source, no licensing rights necessary to use and publish. I mean, that's what I mean. Huge fan of it myself. Has all the capabilities of a web page, so it's very versatile, but very easy to use for this. It's very streamlined for this type of thing. Um, does the EXE have more features? I know that it is more stable and allows you to save locally. So, yes, but most of the features for the EXE are minute. I believe you can even export and save locally via the browser version, but not a whole lot of differences. I just like to save locally because I back up most of the stuff that I make to Google Drive, and you know, you never know when one day your browser just decides that you need to reinstall it or something, and it deletes all your cookies, and then you lose all your save data. I don't actually know how the save data works with project files here, like in accordance to your browser. I don't know if it saves as a like something to do with cookies, or if it actually saves a local file, or if it's a temporary file, or I'm not sure. I haven't looked into it. It hasn't been a concern of mine, because I just save everything in my hard drive and then back it up on the internet. Um, And we can put in variables so that there's no back and forth. So here's a problem that if you played the Ceramic Uncertainty, you might have run into. So, you know, human hot summer. Go to the water. And we're back here in this infinite loop. Kind of silly to be doing that, you know? So if we put variables in to say like, hey, you've already clicked on the water, so this time when you see the water, it's not going to offer itself as a link. Or rather, it would be like, so you click on the water for the first time, and it'll be like, oh, you've already visited human hot summer air, so we're not going to offer it as a link. That's how it would go. So you should never have to see the same thing twice. Programming. I believe they can be embedded. I don't know exactly how it works, but basically, like, for the Ceramic Uncertainty, my images are sourced from a, like, I hosted them on my website, and then I did some sort of HTML thing that references the URL to my website, but when I run the Ceramic Uncertainty offline, it still pulls the pictures up. So I don't know if it like just needs to run once to extract the data and the source code, and then it like embeds the file to the source code, or if it like if it translates it to a binary and throws it in there. I don't know. I don't know anything about this stuff. I just Googled it and it told me to do that, so that's what I did. But you can do either, from my understanding. You can host it elsewhere, you can embed it, you can do both. It can do anything a web page can do, since you can make an HTML page to run offline, you can, do all that. There we go, breaking the fourth wall with my descriptions. Another thing that's like, do I do that because I'm a jokester, or do I do that because that's how I genuinely want to convey things? When I write, I don't feel like I'm writing, if that makes sense. Same with music, just kind of. Alright. Smell salt launch. My heart doesn't get any stronger. And here at the source, coupling the scent with the tide brings about the illustration of something familiar and personifiable. Reasonable to find exclusive space to wade into water to oneself. Company is within so what did we name it? A private swim or elderly sunbathers in falls. We're really doing it, you guys. We are writing this story. This song is a song that's going to be on my post-rock band's upcoming and final album. song is called Voyage on a Sea of Souls. It's one of my favorite things we've ever made. One of my favorite things I've ever been a part of. Without question. Who even knows how to spell rhythm? Rhythm is not a real word. Yeah, I spelled it right. In my head, I typed it wrong. There are no vowels! The Y acts as a vowel. So, like, what's the technical term for Y in terms of what it serves? Is it a consonant? Is it a vowel? Is it something unique? Things I could easily Google, but I'm trying not to get distracted. I'm really trying to write this. When you and your friends write music you love, it's like, who even needs other people's music? You just make your own music forever. Never listen to anything else. The ultimate dream. The ultimate dream. JK. I couldn't fathom a world in which I just only listen to my music. There's so much music that I love, from friends and strangers alike. From strangers and families alike. Oh man. I just can't wait to take a second pass at this so I can make these things, make this writing better. I just want it to be wonderful and readable now. It's so hard to relinquish that. Thus is the creative process. I don't remember when Tesseract asked about the link. I think I could probably send him a Discord link that won't expire by now. Okay. Ba-ba-da-ba. Andrew Warner never joined the stream. Shouts out to Andrew Warner. He's awesome. Oh. Cool. Wait. There is no way. Why is there no music playing? We can't have gotten through all that. That's 10 hours of music. We've only been streaming for 7. I did skip some music, but not that much. There's no way we listened to all that. There's not. Alright, we're just gonna hit play again. This song is really cool. This is Jazz Robots. They're friends of mine in Chicago. My throat is feeling kind of gnarly. Kinda take some medicine really quick. Elderberry lozenge. Okay. So I'm thinking we could have these three options be like variable choices in terms of availability. Just so expressive. It's really distracting, but it's super good. That's why I listen to ambient music, because I get distracted really easy. If this weren't a chill stream, I would be embarrassed by how distracted I get. Water laughs with the rhythm some will take as their medium for hypnosis. The space in the water is generous There is generous enough for solitude. Though solitude is not the aim of many here now. So now how to incorporate those right now. Both definitely things we want to write about though. Okay, so we can kind of we have 4 to write, and we've written 5. Huzzah! Okay, so let's talk about time economy. I figure every single one of these things could take like 2 minutes. This is just observation. Like, this isn't even doing anything. So if we were to have a 10-minute time limit, the tsunami could, I'm sure by some process of doing things, it could come just within these options. Yeah, and I don't even find that unreasonable. I feel like that's a good pace. So I was like looking at the camera, can you guys see me? I have my mattress, like I don't have a box or anything for it, so it's just folded up here and I'm kind of just leaning on it. So yeah, for those of you who know me as someone who sleeps on the floor, I guess I'd stop doing that. Because my mom bought me a mattress and it's pretty comfy. It's memory foam. This has been Cribs with Fallon. Yeah, so I guess that means that we should write a tsunami thing. I kind of think that we should write the parking lot in the town first. It's highly unlikely, I believe, that someone would do these ones before getting hit, but it's possible. I And I guess in regards to the time economy thing, I think there should also be a sort of, I don't know what you would phrase this as, like unique values to add together that might bring about a certain kind of tsunami ending. So, like, I guess it would be a lot of work and probably a lot of redundant, unnecessary. I mean, I don't know. To write a tsunami scenario for each cell just to me seems like something, a lot of work for something that might never be seen. So what I'm more inclined to do is to like write a tsunami scenario that that can be additive, or that has elements that can be additive. So like say there's a base paragraph and then maybe there's like key phrases or key parts of it that could be modified to fit your experience based on your experience. So like if you're just looking at stuff and then the tsunami comes and we want to have the dialogue be something in regards to the tsunami coming as you're just kind of watching the beach, you're just kind of looking around, scoping it out, admiring the scenery. You're going to have a tsunami resolution that will reflect that experience. Yeah. Hopefully that wasn't too disjointed of a thought. I'm feeling pretty good about it myself. Okay. Looks like I'm gonna have a friend join in Discord pretty soon. I really hope so. I'm kind of getting a little sleepy. Writing is a very like mentally taxing thing for me, so I'm feeling the energy drain. Oh, I got it. So on Facebook Messenger, I always send the slam dunk emote. Slam dunk. That's like, okay, or I got you. Copy that. Roger that. Okay. Let's write about the town. Alright. Tourist spot. Coastal. Summer. It's nice, I hope. We'll say it's not very densely populated. I'm thinking of Florida in some regards. I'm also thinking of my hometown. Even though I've never been to Japan or like spent any time observing Japan's like where people live in Japan or things in like actual Japan. I just imagine that for some reason. I mean, I watched that movie Silence. I've seen a couple anime. Yeah. Let's see. What is superscript? Superscript, baby. Huh. Oh, that's like when you put a squared on like 2 squared. Superscript, yeah. So the town. Sometimes you just gotta start writing. Just clean up later. If you would like to write, I would totally be up for that. I think that would be fun. That'd be super fun. Okay. I think I know how we can do this. For those of you who don't know, Christian is a phenomenal writer. In my opinion, he is really awesome. I'd love to have some Christian Welch input here. Okay. So I'll make a board in this. So this is a website, I don't know if you've heard of it, called Trello. I'll make a board for which you can collaborate, and then I can just like paste your input in there. And like if you start and decide you're not into it, that's cool. I have no irks about that. But any help that what I mean to say is that I won't levy any expectations on you. But yeah, if you want to help, that would be contribute. That would be awesome. Tsunami. Jam. Just call that. I can't believe it took me that long to think of that. That's where my head's at, you guys. To be written. Yeah, I also once I get this set up, hopefully you don't mind if I like take the lead in editing, just because I mean I have all access to everything, and I think it would just be good if we had a lead edit when it comes to the writing. If that's cool with you, then yeah, we'll go with that. Just gonna transfer things. I should send you the invite. Add members. Christian, if you want to like text me an email address or something, I can add you to this board, and then I think you'll probably have to make a Trello account. Super straightforward, and then you can join in on the fun. I'm gonna transfer this stuff over. It'll be so cool to get multiple people's inputs. It's like working on this game together. It's like the dream. Space. The day that Trello, or I mean, that Twine naturally has collaborative writing built into the thing, that would be so dope. Cove. And this will just be nice to have a backup. Yeah. Not seeing a reply from you, Christian, so I think I'll text you here in a second. That's all of them. Cool. Yeah, I have to invite you to well, I think I have to invite you in order. Oh, invite people by giving them a special link. I wish I would have seen that. Okay, I'm just gonna send it to you via Twitch. Okay, hopefully you should have gotten that. So I'm gonna do the town if you want to. do one of the other ones. That'd be sick. Really? There's a text message. Dang. Oh. Jay, what's up, man?
Got that exclusive VIP backstage pass.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so nice in here. We got bottle service. Got people lining up to see us. Wow.
Yeah. It's kind of overwhelming at first, but you'll get used to it.
The overwhelming isolation.
Yeah.
All right.
Um.
Fully prepared. Cleaned up. Today was a big milestone. First shower
Really?
with the healed foot.
You hurt your
Didn't
foot?
fall down once. Yeah, in early January, I suffered a moderate to severe foot injury, and I was just running really fast down a street, and put my foot in a hole. It's actually really funny. So I was I was working on a I don't know what you want to call it. Like I had a prospecting project, right? And the idea was, actually, hold on, I got a tagline for it. Just 1 sec. Where is that bastard? Got to keep it esports, right?
Yes. I mean, I don't consider bastard a bad word, but that's just me.
Ah.
So, esports is relative.
So this is it's actually pretty funny. Never really thought about it, but I was running as fast as I could because I was working on this project that I was calling Revolution Zero, and it was an animation I was going to make. And here's the tagline. So, the year doesn't matter. The fastest machines alive have been built, and time is measured not from the rotations of rocks in space, but rather the revolution of wheels. In a world where character is synonymous with the amount of chrome on your chases, what does it mean to be the fastest? Right? So I was running as fast as I could, and I was really getting into it, and I was really, I was seeing the animation in my head, and I wasn't paying attention. I just fell down.
Oh, really? So that was what was happening as you hurt yourself.
Yeah. And it was really funny because I fell down, and the first thing that I was like, okay, like I heard a loud crack, so I was like, okay, I know that like this is not good, but all I could think about was like, I know how the animation is going to start now, and I was waiting for my grandpa to come pick me up off the side of the road. I was like, okay, scene one, something's going really fast. You hear a loud crack like my ankle just made right now, and that's the opener.
Dang. So that must have been like right after we got done hanging out in Coeur d'Alene, huh?
Yeah, it was very beginning of January. The day, 2 days after I left. Ugh. But today we have a different project going on.
Yeah.
Let me grab my book.
So are you working on? Is that what you were planning on doing? Was working on your project?
Well, I don't know what you're doing, but you said that. Hold on. Let's see, you said. I don't remember what you said actually. No.
Well,
Chat.
yeah, I think whatever I was suggesting to you was like, oh, you got a project? Well, we can work on our projects concurrently or something like that. But I did want to extend the offer because Christian, in the chat, he actually brought it up in regards to himself. Like, if you're interested, you're welcome to contribute to the writing. Because this is just like a pretty casual jam. The process of coming up with this game has been very collaborative, and you're more than welcome to join us. But you're also welcome to do your own thing. Do you want to hear the pitch for the thing?
All right, here's what
Or
we're
catch you
gonna
up to
do.
speed?
We're gonna throw our pitches at each other, and then I'm gonna do the more interesting one.
Okay, gotcha. So the story that we've been working on since like 2 essentially is this is a like choice based game where you're a person at a beach just living life like normal, and you go through and do things. You're at the beach, and so you can do it's like a sandbox. You can decide to do whatever from the start, and eventually a tsunami will hit and kill you, and the game will be over. And that's it. So like the game's goal is to present death in different ways, and the tsunami kind of acts as this neutral force, and perspective colors the perception of death. And so like basically every choice you make in the game has a hidden accumulative property to time. So every choice you make affects time, and what we've been calling the time economy. So like, if you want to observe the waterfront, that'll take like 2 minutes, and then like once it hits 10 minutes, the tsunami comes, and based on where you're at in the story, you'll have a unique reflection on the tsunami hitting and you dying. And it's hopefully designed to allow people to explore it if they want, or to just have one playthrough and be like, okay, that was poignant, I'm done. Yeah. No true endings, no depth in mechanics, just exposition and exploration.
Have you ever played the classic text-based adventure? I think it was A Day for Soft Food. It's called
A Day for Soft Food.
If I remember correctly, you play as a cat in a text-based adventure, and the goal is you need to get your owner to give you food, but every time you try to like do something to wake him up, it like stacks on a timer.
Oh,
hold on.
I think I've heard of this. I don't remember the name of it. You should see if that's the name of it that you're mentioning.
Yeah, it's A Day for Soft Food, but I don't think this is the one I'm thinking of. This is the one where you play as the cat trying to wake up your provider. But the one I'm thinking of is a different one where you play as a cat doing something else very similar to this. I'll put it in the Twitch chat. What's that other one? Oh no, the one I'm thinking of is you're late for work. That's what it is. And you have to get ready for work and get to work on time. That's what it was. But yeah, no.
Yeah, that's
I
it.
like this.
Yeah, and so the time mechanic is actually hidden. The player will never see a timer stack.
Right.
And if you replay it, you'll realize, like, oh, I only have this much time to do these things. Just to kind of, like, really drive home the sense of, like, when a tsunami hits, like, you're not in control of that. And you don't really have a lot of effect on the outcome. Like, obviously, if you replay the game, you're going to have understanding, and so we were going to incentivize that by opening up certain options as the game goes on, and, like, as you have triggered certain actions. But it really just, all it does is open up more things to explore in the perspective of death, and that it's not like secrets or anything. It's just to make it more interesting for replayability.
It's an existential statement. You get to kind of choose how you choose your time before you die, and then eventually, no matter what you do, you die.
Yeah.
Edgy.
Very edgy indeed.
That's a good one. All right. So here's what I was gonna do. I'm kind of split now because I want to do both. So the concept is it's meta literature written in chronological reverse order.
Wait, chronological?
Chronological. The book is written in reverse. Like the ending, it starts with the ending, and then it moves backward.
Oh, interesting.
And the concept is it's probably a little bit longer than a vignette, maybe. I'm not sure exactly.
Okay.
But probably like 15 pages. And the idea is that let's see. How do I explain this in the least words possible? The reader is sort of like if we would use Call of Cthulhu terms, sort of, right? The reader is sort of this like eldritch being,
okay,
that is just sort of like casually reading this book, and the purpose of the book is to elicit an emotional reaction of some sort from the reader, because in the universe they're incapable of emotions, so they have to get it through catharsis. So everything is set up to force you to feel an emotion based on what the characters are doing, but the characters know that some sort of eldritch being like sort of caused everything, and they're sort of just trying to like figure it out, and they're along for the ride. And then at the very end of the book, or at the story, it's revealed that the thing in the dark corner is the reader.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
It's gonna be fun. Like I've got a good idea here on how to execute this.
Yeah, I like that quite a bit. I like the inclusion of the reader in books, or in the medium, if that makes sense, because like in any book you are engaging with it, and like, you know, because game design is in our blood, like naturally these are the sorts of medium that we get drawn to, so
which to do? Well, it's your stream, so why don't you throw out which way are you leaning towards?
Well, I'm definitely like, if you decide you want to do your thing, I'm gonna keep doing my thing, because that's how we started this bad boy, and I would like to get the first draft of this done tonight. Just like you can have a completed experience. It won't be super polished or lovely, but it'll be playable and it will illustrate the point. And so, yeah, that's how I'm going about it.
All right.
And we have a Trello board where you can contribute to the writing, and we can of course talk about it. And then I just plug it into the Twine file itself. I've written 6 pages so far, and the pages are real short. All in all, this experience in the game will be pretty short. So if you joined us, it would speed things up quite a bit, and we could have a completed project done real soon. I would love to do your idea justice too. So starting that now, I would be like, okay, we're almost 8 hours into the stream. Starting that now, I would be like, kind of not be able to give my full capable mental energy to join you on that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Why don't you throw me that link real quick?
Yeah.
Funny.
I'll just throw it in the Discord.
Trello, because I have a class where I have to work in projects groups, and they're like, does anybody here know how to use Trello? Getting real close, and I was like, boy, do I.
Me! I know!
I know Trello!
Yo, shouts out to Jacobson42 for introducing me, and by proxy, Jay, to Trello.
I know how to use Trello. Oh, let's see here. Okay.
Okay. So it looks like... So I'm working on the town cell right now. The beach is where it starts, and then the rest of them, I'll label that one as yellow or something. And then the rest of them kind of can go in any order.
Does anybody know the tsunami is coming?
No. What's gonna happen is, the tsunami will hit. The tide will recede rapidly, the earth will rumble, and, it will be, just a couple minutes, and the tsunami will hit, and you'll die. So, basically, when the tsunami hits, when you have spent your time economy, so to speak, it will just immediately cut to the ending, the plot resolution.
Okay. All right.
And so the little brackets here are referring to other, if you look in the description of the title card, in the beach, it'll say humid, hot summer air in brackets. That's referring to the card humid, hot summer air.
Okay.
Interesting. And then you go over to that, and that's how it described, and yeah, so on and so forth.
It's kind of like a third-person narrator, just kind of.
Yeah, we're not using pronouns at all. In regards to the player character, the player character is not even referred to. The player character is only represented by the actions they take. So and the actions they take are chosen through the exposition. So when you click on in the beach, if you click on humid hot summer air, you are taking time as the player character to observe the weather, and that is going to add to your time economy. And we're not going to operate on how much each thing contributes to time economy yet. Right now, I'm just kind of like I haven't decided if we want to give like a procedurally generated amount of time that you have that you're able to spend, or like procedurally generate how much each action takes. You know, like 1 to 3 minutes, and then you have a maximum of 10 to 15 minutes. The story happens, it's probably going to happen between 10 and 20 minutes of in-game time. So, like, if it were 10 minutes, it could take as little as 5 choices to trigger a plot resolution. You know, 2 minutes to observe the air, 2 minutes to observe the water, the people passing by, etc. And basically, you're welcome to write for ideas of each section. You can contribute ideas, or you can just, you know, write the actual exposition. Any amount of writing you want to contribute will be super helpful.
Interesting.
And apologies if it seems kind of like, ask any questions if you have questions. Like Christian being able to contribute, he has the benefit of he's been watching almost the entire stream, so he's pretty well acquainted with the content.
All right. And how do you want dialogue? Do you want like dialogue, or
you can
just,
read
like,
what I've written so far and like kind of get a feel for it. I've mostly done exposition, but if it comes to another person, I think how we want to do dialogue, like someone speaking, is you're just basically going to illustrate a one-sided conversation, like just what the other person is saying, not what you say to them. And then if you want to expound upon an element of the conversation, you could like tag it as a link. And
it's basically when Link walks up to a pair of strangers and they say hello. Right, okay, I got it.
Yeah.
We are a voiceless antagonist.
A voiceless protagonist.
I like to think of us as the antagonists.
The antagonist.
Yeah, we're the bad guys.
So, like, for the elderly sunbather folks, that one has been written.
Oh, it happened?
Yeah.
Oh.
And so we want to do the to-be-written ones, where Christian has, it looks like he's written those in the title. You can write them in the description. Let's see.
All right.
I'm gonna read what Christian's saying.
The old classic reading the columns. I just saw a good topic and I was like, hell yeah.
But if you want to contribute to an existing thing too, we can always, like, this is super chill. There are no hard rules, just guidelines. I am going to have the final say on things and like act as the editor, but yeah, we're gonna make it work. So, when something is done, we should drag it into the written spot. So like that. I guess I can't really move these around very well. Just so that we can clear these out. I'm almost done with the town. Well, I started the town. Yeah. Okay. Going to the town. Which one are you working on, Jay?
I am. Just had to let's see. I was looking at something, and I'm thinking I'm probably gonna work here on maybe the parking lot.
Okay.
Not sure. I did you read the elderly sunbather folks that I posted?
No, that was next on my list. I'm messaging Christian real quick. The option to leave parking lot. But first, give exposition in regards to option.
Yeah. Even though I knew it was already written, I had already started that, so I finished it off first. I think you'll like it.
Cool.
It's fun. I enjoy it. Parking lot. Okay. Oh. Assuming this is a parking lot to like a pier.
Not hurts. Keep going with use. Cool. Cool.
What kind of
All right.
people do you find in a parking lot? Homeless people, maybe? No. Is this a ritzy area? What kind of people would be showing up in this parking lot? What kind of cars?
So the area is I'll just read the thing that said ever. So this is a town that like is a hub for this little cove. I'll read the stuff verbatim. This inlet of water, framed by a lazy curvature, is a portrait of idealism in coastal sweet spots. A dense tree line coats both ends of the horseshoe, the center of sand a strong symmetrical contrast. Just beyond the natural border stands an assortment of shops, condos, and the streets and sidewalks in between. Without time as a frame of reference, the water stands as a fraternal twin to the town, active by way of tide rather than foot traffic, fluid in form rather than solid and still. Yeah, so, and then I did just write about the town. Meager in proportion and humble in stature, this coastal corner and its variety of amenities serves as a gate to the cove. The pathways for cars and foot traffic coincide along a grid that concedes with the valley it lays in whatever it must. There are parking lots that line the start of the sand, allowing for folks to take to the water as soon as they arrive.
So it's an exit.
So kind of ritzy. The parking lot's just kind of like, you can think of it as like the airlock. It's space in between the beach and the town.
And is the character a local or like sort of just like an outsider?
We are trying not to illustrate the character at all.
Okay.
Rather, everything else.
All right, let's see. I gotta think of something good for this parking lot then. Let's see. Look around my room for inspiration. Pastel colors, deodorant, a small figurine of Hatsune Miku, courtesy of John. Retainer, crystal geyser, speakers.
So like, here, let me finish reading this. The two men take a break from Stokes. I really like the dialogue you got for those old guys.
Oh yeah, for the two veterans.
Yeah, it's really good. I'm a big fan. I mean, I can always fix this in editing too, but in the second paragraph, how you say, as you approach, the two men break from their stoic staring at the horizon to address you. Upon seeing your slightly confused face, one of them intensifies his stare at you until it becomes quite uncomfortable. So, like, we want to avoid any reference to you.
Oh yes, that's right. No pronouns at all. Right. Okay.
For the player character. For the player character. So,
Right,
like,
yeah,
if
yeah.
you're referencing one of the old guys, that's totally fine.
And I was thinking for some reason like just gender pronouns and not like pronouns in general.
No, not. It's not a PC thing. It's a narrative construct.
Yeah, I got it. All right. Well, maybe I can take his idea of the old men and apply them into the parking lot. Actually, no, I have a new idea for the parking lot.
Cool. And you, just so you know, like, you're welcome to write this much, but you don't have to write that much. You can write as little as like 2 or 3 sentences if you desire.
Oh, that's no fun.
But I'm just letting you know like how flexible it is.
Alrighty.
I'm gonna add some new cells in here in a second so that we can have more options. Almost done with writing the town. I think I did finish it. And get a new thing walking into town. You want to reference the town before you write that one. Private swim and company. Okay, we actually have those written. So I'm going to copy those in. And then do some editing. Whoa. I would say we are like over 50% done with writing the exposition, though, which is really cool.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be good. You're gonna like this one.
Nice. what's gonna happen on the swim? I think you could just end here, I suppose.
At the end, is there supposed to be like a segue into like a pathway to the town or something? Or like
So, basically how we haven't written an ending yet, but how I think it's gonna play out is based on your time economy. You can you can so you like whatever choice you click, it doesn't matter. Like if you have exceeded your time economy, the next choice that you click will be a tsunami resolution, and it will be dynamic to whatever spot you're in. So like if the tsunami triggers while you're in the parking lot, you might have an option to, like, you could write an option where you can try and get in your car and futilely drive away. Even have like some sort of surreal thing where realizing that you're faced with death, you drive into the water, or maybe you just stand there and stare. And then like it gives some exposition to that that's relative to the space that you're in, if that makes sense.
So what I was doing here originally with the old guys, the point is, or at least what I'm trying to do here, is every person is grappling with death in some way. So with the old people, the idea was that they're going to die of old age.
Yes.
In this next one, I'm trying to think of an ironic way to make this death, but or not one, but like the concept of like wanting to throw yourself in front of this broken car or something. I haven't quite figured it out yet, but it's coming together here. You're gonna like it.
Cool. Yeah. So like we're pretty much in the zone where we're going to be writing endings because there's not going to be a lot of time economy to spend. Like I could foresee that the path, there's not a lot more you can do out of the parking lot. Like maybe there will be a couple options, but eventually but you're like close to the end. If not, certain paths you can take will actually be ending in the parking lot. Not necessarily, but it's possible. Like I see it would take you at least, okay, so yeah, you can easily pass through the parking lot and still have time. I kind of want to, like, yes, that would not take too long. I think in the private swim, you might just die there. Oh wait, no, because you start at the beach. You could die there. Yeah, that might be something I have to keep track of. I wonder why that opened.
So I'm gonna put this here for now, and then you can decide where you want to go with it. Do you want me to read it to you, or do you want to read it yourself?
Let me finish editing this sentence. Yeah, go ahead and read it to me.
All right, here we go. The parking lot. JL. Parking lot made from a time when tourism was merely a concept. It seems abysmally small for the population here today. Dominating the lot is a ritzy RV that still has the dealership sticker on it. Great bouts of steam and other fluids drip out of the front. The groans of the machine matched only by the groans of the man standing in front of it. The man changes his posture as he accepts his defeat and leans backward to look at the sky. Maybe there's an app for this, he mutters. There's no way I have to get stuck with this, right? Slowly turning his gaze downward to notice the oil slick his loafers are standing in. A controlled and patient intake of breath comes in, then out as the various stains on his clothes enter his sightline. A catchy and upbeat pop song begins to play. The subwoofer is causing the back end of the RV to shake a little. Easily a top 10 summer pop hit. The faint vocals seem to be singing with some cleverly, or maybe not so cleverly worded lyrics about girls just want to have a good time. The only problem with throwing myself into the ocean right now is I wouldn't be able to take them all with me. Flustered and entering the second stage of grief, the dad man fumes and makes wild hand gestures in various directions. I just want to have a good time too.
Yeah. That's the good stuff, man.
Yeah.
That's good stuff.
Feels good. But we'll just go ahead and let you do as you please.
Yeah. Getting to the point where I'm just editing and I can't even get my own time to write, I just get to edit, which I'm happy with because my brain is like mush right now.
So the general theme with this guy, so the old men, like the concept of death was like they're aged, they're gonna die one day. This guy, it's sort of like an ironic, like he's trying to live his life because, you know, like he's living it to the max, right? Like he's got the RV, he's at the beach, you know, he's got his family here, you know, like what else is there? You know, like
yeah, but it's not enough. He's still frustrated.
It's not enough. And there's a couple different directions you can go with this. You can go with like a, you know, like as the wave is coming, he's like, oh shoot, like kind of reflects for a second, or it could go a different direction of like, you know, this was basically my entire life and I die with nothing but regret. You know, so it can go a few ways, however you kind of want it. I think it's pretty open-ended.
Yeah, I really enjoy that. So, interesting thing I'm realizing here is how you've interpreted the method for the story is like once you start to focus on a certain people group, you kind of follow them through to the death.
Yeah.
I really like that, and that's something I didn't think about at all. Because I actually, despite like not using any indication of the player character in the exposition that I've written so far, I always thought that when it comes time to write the Tsunami part, that it would like be centered around the player character. But having it centered around the people you come in contact with is a really cool way to do that as well. I think you could easily do it both ways in a meaningful way.
Yeah, well, the cool thing is that depending on the path you pick, you know, if you stick around with the characters the whole time, or if you just sort of like walk by each one, you'll kind of either be like, you know, a story about you being this stranger who just sort of walks through life and then, you know, everything ends, or you can intensely follow a group or an individual.
Yeah.
And I was kind of going for what's it, Rashomon? What's that Akira Kurosawa film called? Rashomon or something, right? Akira Kurosawa. Rashomon. I don't know. The idea is that the story changes every time you go with a different person, but they're all the same story.
Yeah, I'm really digging it.
Fun stuff, baby.
Baby.
Hell yeah. All right.
Yeah, we'll definitely use that. I'm gonna probably add some. You're welcome to. I transferred it into the written column. I'm gonna transfer this one as well.
I'm gonna get a yogurt cup real quick.
A what?
I'm gonna get some yogurt.
Oh yeah. I thought he said something like, "I'm gonna go get a quick workout in BRB." Classic J. Let's see. Cool. So time flows is the same fluid. It's easy to doze off and let such surroundings continue to explain themselves. Similarly,
all right, I returned. Really fun exercise.
yeah, I mean, it's actually shaping out to be a really cool piece too. Yeah, Christian's writing some really good stuff here. It's very different than things that you and I have written. So it's just like I really feel like it's starting to become this world that, you know, doesn't adhere to a baseline logic, but rather the logic of like its differences. I gotta
Like real life.
exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we're trying to illustrate here. And when it comes to perception of death, like, well,
Yeah.
all the different like in certain scenarios, these perspectives will like clash.
So, I see you got walking into town.
Yeah.
Was that the last one?
No, that's just another. Like, I still have to plug in a couple more options.
All right.
What I think would be good use of your energy, you should write Tsunami endings for the elderly sunbather folks and the parking lot dude.
Okay.
And interesting anecdote that that Andrew had brought up earlier in the chat is that tsunamis, like, the tide will draw back before it crashes down, and so you can kind of work that into the exposition if you so desire.
Okay.
That's the only like concurrent thing would be the reduction of the tide that I can think that would be tied into the exposition of all the different tsunami resolutions.
Is the character that you're playing as ever supposed to interact with people?
It definitely allowed to. You just don't want to address the character outside of, um, like another character's dialogue. So
Okay.
like how you had the old men talking to the character, that's totally fine. But in the like omniscient narrative, there shouldn't be any addressing of the character. So like, yeah, yeah. Hopefully that makes sense.
No. No, I got it.
Cool.
I think what I'm going to do here is I was playing around with the theme of the 5 stages of grief here. So there's going to be an option where the dad's going to storm off and he's going to pull out his audio diary, and you can either follow him as he kind of talks his way through the next 3 stages of grief,
Uh-huh.
or you can just kind of walk away.
Yeah. Oh, that's great.
And you just kind of like
Go and do something
sneakily
else.
follow as he like rants about like how much his life sucks, and like, you know, him being a white dad. I pay the bills. They're slamming the doors of my house. You know, like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
The
Oh,
deaths,
this is juicy.
all the deaths have to be ironic, or at least the ones that I do.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a good way to go about some of the deaths.
Well, it makes it a little more lighthearted when the old guys that went to the beach to die, not like literally, but in a sense they kind of do, because they're living out their retirement, and then they actually die in a tsunami at the beach.
Yeah.
And then the dad, the irony will be, you know, it's more of like a materialistic irony of sort of like, he was trying so hard to live his life
That he wasn't living.
ended in a way that, just like everything else in his life,
Yeah.
he didn't really have any control over.
Family
All right.
situation where they make him come up on his own. Delete in the archives. You could also imply
All right.
I like how you made a column for deaths. Deaths.
Yeah. Well, people are gonna die, including us. So
Yeah, it's true.
let's make it fun.
I gotta stretch.
Yeah, I wonder. I'm kind of curious what the driving motives, because like I'm doing all this because it's fun. Like the irony and all this stuff. It's like all a fun, lighthearted angle. I wonder how serious you guys are taking it, and how it's gonna sort of play off into this. It's like I'm giving you like this really kind of like slice of life-ish, like, you know,
Yeah.
funny thing, and then you got this like deeply introspective, like, I am wandering around this beach, then I die, and like, I wonder what Chris is giving you.
Yeah, I really like the differences in tone, for sure. The whole time that I've been streaming, I have been portraying it as a serious, contemplative, really heavy story to operate in. And having this is like a really cool twist, in my opinion.
Oh, baby, you better believe that this is dead serious. I was working with John today on maybe coming up with a new D&D character because I hadn't gotten to do any good role playing in a while, and I kind of wanted to do maybe like a one-off session or something.
Mhm.
And boy, was it hard to whittle down a character that was not gimmicky, quote unquote. We settled with this concept of a bard whose archetype is celebrity, and he's basically Patrick Stewart.
Oh,
And he's doing some intense method acting
okay.
as a homeless man to get him ready for his role in his next whatever. And so he's basically kind of lurking around this city as a homeless guy, but you know, he eventually reveals himself to be the great thespian. What was I calling him? It wasn't Patrick Stewart. It was like Patuitous Steward or something like that. Sir Patuitous, that's what it was. And I think that's the concept. So we're gonna see if that gets the old veto or if it passes.
It's like playing that isn't even about playing it, it's about seeing whether or not you can get a character through the gate or not.
Oh yeah. He has a very interesting ability called Gather Crowd. And since my perform is drama, I gather the crowd with some dramatic reenactment. Oh, it's me. And because the way his renown works, technically everybody in the 25,000 population city should know who I am. Oh,
That's
shit,
juicy.
Is that Sir Petrudis? Dressed like a homeless man? Oh ho ho! They found me.
No way, that's Sir Petrudis.
As a reward for your perceptive eyes, I shall play any role you wish of me. Name any role right now, and I'll do it. Oh man, I don't know. Like, what should we say? Anything at all. Oh man, could you role play as a farmer? Oh yes. Oh yeah. I once prepared for a farming role for 6 months. Hard labor in the farms. Minimum food. Yeah. Anyways, back to the...
Yeah, sounds great. Oh, Christian just dropped a new story. I'm gonna read this. Whereas it's really interesting just contrasting yours and Christian's writing styles. How you're like pretty openly talking about death. Like he is just painting this very like very pointed picture, and it's going to be like when it comes to the death, it I think it alludes to a very very intense sort of ending, you know. So interesting. I'm just stoked. I liked your guys' idea. I like your guys' ideas. It would be so awkward if I didn't. But I knew when I invited you that you guys would do great walking into town. Um,
I'll be right back. I walked to the fridge to get more yogurt. It gave me just what I needed.
Just what I needed. While you're eating yogurt and going to the gym, I had 2 packs of ramen and tofu for lunch.
Sorry, I mildly disgusted with myself. I stopped going to the gym for like the however long that my great journey took. I think it was like 4 months, and like trying to get back into it, and I just don't want to.
I need to write the next section for the private swim. I impose the same fluidity. It's easy to doze off and let such surroundings continue to explain themselves.
And when you're so bad at spelling, the spell checker doesn't know what you're trying to spell.
It's too bad you can't listen to the stream and Discord at the same time. This super crisp jazz remix just came on of a Sonic song.
Alright, so I'm gonna mute you in Discord and throw it on them. See what you got here. Wait, what just happened?
Hello?
Oh, okay. I'm not sure what happened there. I was trying to. Okay. Now I'm gonna mute you. By the way, we can still talk. It's just we're probably on like a. What's the latency at? Like 5 seconds, probably.
Depends.
10 seconds?
Christian had really gnarly latency earlier. It was like we were estimating in the minutes. But he lives on the other side of the country. So
Oh man, it's so weird hearing my own voice like that.
depends. Christian had really gnarly latency earlier. It was like we were estimating in the minutes. But he lives on the other side of the country. Man, that flute is too good. Wow, that was a really good remix. It's like I have a mixture of game remixes and ambient music that people I know have made. Wow, that was it's like I have a mixture of game remixes and ambient music that people I know have made.
I'm gonna switch back to just you now.
Cool.
All right. Now I can hear you again now. It's probably a fun reaction when you say a joke and then I laugh 20 seconds later.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Did you think it was funny? Okay, here we go.
Oh man. Christian just wrote this section that reminds me of one of my favorite books of all time.
The
Called
Bible?
No. It's called The Gift of Asher Lev. Well, I mean, there's The Gift of Asher Lev and there's My Name is Asher Lev. And he just wrote this section that there's like a narrative motif that he uses that Christian did something very similar to, and I'm just like, that's my jam. Previous to me. Was that idea previous to me writing the character, talking to the family, or post? Post. Rather, in response to her Man. Oh. I'll leave this song on because I know that you like this kind of music, Jay. Oh wait, you're not listening to music. I can skip it.
It was bad. I can't listen to music and write at the same time unless it's very specific things like 3 hours of cello notes at 30 hertz. But it's true. It has to be 30 hertz. And it's because anytime there's like a change in the pattern or like the consistency of what's going on, like I immediately kind of like, okay, like what's going on? You know, like gotta listen to this for a second.
Oh, totally. I know that feel for sure. I've just like I put on music for the sake of the stream. It's probably a big reason why I got so distracted in the middle of streaming. And like it became really hard for me to focus. So much good music happening. And like surely it's all music that I had handpicked, so I knew I was gonna like all of it.
You handpicked 8 hours of music?
10 hours of music.
Oh damn. Excuse me.
Somehow we got through the whole playlist. I don't know how, because we haven't even been streaming for 10 hours. We've been streaming for 9 hours. One of those hours I wasn't even around. So.
Oh my. What's going on?
Some sort of music time warp. Don't understand.
Oh, I never knew intervals was 2 words.
Sometimes the noise gate on your mic will kick in, but just barely let in enough sound for your keyboard. And so, like, it creates this really interesting sound that I wish I could sample. It's, like, very mechanical. It sounds like... like, my first instinct is, like, of a bowling alley or something. But not of pins being knocked down, but of the machine coming down and setting the pins up.
Well,
It's
just
really
whip
weird.
out Audacity. Or, you know, there's...
Well, it doesn't always happen. It's not consistent. So it's like... I never know if it's going to happen.
Record?
Yeah, so I guess if we go back to 9 hours and 2 minutes, you can find that sound.
I'm gonna send you a message on Facebook as a reminder. 9 hours and 2 minutes, you said?
Yeah. Thank you for doing that. I've been wanting to sample something really bad lately.
Never waste a good opportunity to sample a new sound. We just discovered a unique new sound. We can put it in the sound library, name it. It's like a new color.
I have a to-do list that if you don't check off certain things by the time the day is over, you get penalized. So I have to make sure I don't forget that before it hits midnight.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What? Are you talking? I was.
I was just kind of talking.
Okay. I was deep in narrative.
Okay, so we'll come back to that. I think I might be able to actually capture it. Don't say anything, just keep typing.
Oh God. Oh fuck. Oh, I said no.
Esports. Yo, we got a good stretch there, without the
'Cause,
music
like,
in the background or anything.
Oh, good, because like I became like hyper self-aware, and I was like, think of something like you need to type. So I wasn't actually typing anything. I was just like trying to touch keys and cadence.
Yes. That's hype. Wait, why did this person mention me in a comment? I should open this not on stream. As I went to message you, I like clicked on my notifications and someone mentioned me in a comment. Anyone know some cool bands from Olympia? Me. Cool. I'd love to play if you'll details if booking a show while I'm on stream. Hopefully I get to play the show. That would be sweet. Okay. So you're working on the death, correct, of Dadman or old guys? He's deep in narrative. Alright. I'm gonna write my doze off and active engagement ones. God dang it. Almost broke my own rule about pronouns in regards to the story. Man, it's a bummer you can't talk about pronouns without it having to be a PC thing. I can talk about pronouns in regular ways too. Is that a chip that I just stepped on? Yes. It's a parsley chip or something like that. Food bank gives you weird stuff. Okay.
So, I think I've got the death of Dad Man all figured out here. Are you ready for me to read it to you?
Sure.
All right, so Death Dad Man. The irony theme, this is just like the piece for you, so you don't have to actually put this in the story. But the
Yeah.
irony theme is he dies having tried to live his life to the fullest, but just like the tsunami, he never really had any control or idea what was happening to him in the first place. So,
Cool.
this would probably be like if you decide to follow the dad, probably be just like a one-off thing or whatever you want to make it. Storming off the lot and onto a dusty trail leading to the beach, he pulls out the latest smartphone from his stained pants. Diary entry 131. What do I have to do to get this to work? Everybody said, hey, get the latest camper and pile the family in and go to the beach. So far, all it's gotten me is ungrateful children and oil stains. Dr. D's breathing exercises came in handy today, though. Self-reminder to resubscribe for another 12 months to his program. Definitely helping today. I think what I'm going to do, the sentence is abruptly cut off as his foot catches some bramble and takes quite an unfortunate tumble. The phone hits the ground hard, face down about 4 feet away from poor Dad Man. Laying motionless, the only confirmation that he is still alive is the sound of a quiet sob at irregular intervals. Minutes pass by. The sun travels its arc through the sky slowly. The man turns onto his back. Dried blood stains his face. Hey, at least the sun is reliable, right? Good old Mr. Sun, and see what else. The man sits himself up and looks around, taking notice of various objects in his surroundings. Hey, I got some candy in my pocket, right? Digging through, he pulls out a piece of taffy and savors it slowly. Hold on. Kind of word area here. With as motions to what? Hold on. Oh, I see. As he motions to put the last bit of taffy in his mouth, light reflects off the shattered smartphone. I'm okay with this. Ingesting the last bit of taffy, Dad Man brushes himself off and stands up again. Walking over to the fence overlooking the sea, he looks a little surprised. Usually when he sees something new for the first time, the man always liked to take pictures of it. He didn't even consider it this time though. Fully grounded in the moment, Dad Man decided to enjoy how unique it was to see the sea recessed so far. And then nothing else after that. I gotta do a little bit of editing here though. My grammar had an unfortunate accident.
We got our first ending. Gotta bring out Distraction Poplio for this one.
As he motions. Ooh, there we go. What are you doing? The Distraction Poplio? What is that?
Oh, you'll see. In about 10 seconds. 5 seconds.
That's adorable.
Yeah. He's a mainstay for the stream. Anytime that I need to distract the audience, I just throw up Distraction Poplio. While I go maintain some technical issue or something.
This is a Shooting Stars meme in the making.
Christian messaged me. Still attack confused as far as what you mean. That's what you want in reference to the walking up to the beach and talking to the family bit.
Ouchie.
Maybe there's a bit in another scenario where you overhear a family minus the dad mention. Didn't have to get the...
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. It's getting a little late, so I think I'm gonna read this other guy's thing, and then I'm gonna go read some books and go to bed.
Yeah. Sounds good. I think this has been great. I'm like... I'm really thankful that you guys came around because, like, my brain is gone. There's a moth in here! I have to kill it. Because I don't want moths in here. Ugh. I don't even have a thing. Go. Go away.
I figured, what could a moth do to me? But it sounds like a moth might do something terrible.
Well, moths get in your food and stuff.
What?
They eat stuff.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah. Dang it, I got distracted from what Christian had said. What did he say? Okay, I'll have to clarify that. It's kind of hard to specify when you're not speaking. Oh, he brought up a really cool thing about having like an Easter egg in regards to the dad man in a different storyline. You know, like maybe you overhear someone else's family minus the dad, like mentioning about the camper and like how they are glad to be on the vacation.
Yeah. Alright.
I'll have to think about that.
Yeah, no, that's fun. Then you get a nice like Higurashi vibe where it's sort of like what?
It's just, it always comes back to anime, doesn't it? That's how.
First anime. Well, night.
No, we talked about Akira earlier.
No, Akira Kurosawa is a director.
Oh. Well, I was more making that in reference to myself because I've been referencing anime and we were just talking about manga earlier on the stream, and then like I actually had a little sidebar where I was talking about how I started learning hiragana, and um, I'm a month into learning Japanese, and I have learned the entirety of the hiragana alphabet. So
Akira Kurosawa,
Yeah.
he made a movie called Rashomon, and you know movies where it's sort of like an event happens and then like a series of people sort of like retell the event from different perspectives.
yes.
Like it's a pretty common thing. Like he was the first guy that ever did that. Like,
Oh.
he was the first one to do that, and that's why
Gotcha.
that movie is like kind of a big deal. It's like, oh wow, like this is a cool. Whoa, we can have multiple perspectives of the same thing. Whoa. Woo.
Yeah, that's sweet.
I finally got a copy of the Parasite Eve novel that the game was based off that I've been reading.
Nice.
It's interesting. The entire first third of the book is like just, it's not that it has nothing to do with it, but it's like all just like backdrop. It's really weird. Like it's really good. Like it's just kind of funny. Like the game doesn't even like have anything to do with the first half of the book. Which is kind of fun. All right. So I'm just gonna read one of these things here. Private Swim. Which one of these was that guy? Which one did that guy write? Or did he write all
He's
of them?
he's written all the ones where the entirety of the writing is in the title. See, like,
Okay.
yeah. And then I wrote all the other ones that you didn't write.
I like that nobody. Something I've always noticed when people write about beaches, they never mention any of the like massive pains in the butt that the beach can have, like for the fact like there's sand fleas and like, you know, sand always getting in your eyes.
Have you even seen Star Wars Episode 2?
Have I seen Star Wars?
Episode 2? I hate the sand. It gets everywhere.
Yeah, that's true. It's always
George
fun
Lucas
when
did it first.
George Lucas did. Yeah, so it's always fun reading a telling of someone at the beach, and it's like, man, this beach is fuck. Or I want to go to this beach.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. No. I mean, this is supposed to be like a little slice of heaven, you know?
Yeah,
This
yeah,
little
no, it's
cove.
very romantic. It makes me want to go to the beach tomorrow, but I know when I get to the beach that it's not gonna be a slice of heaven. I found a couple cool spots. Like,
I personally don't ever like going to the beach in any scenario. So
I know a lot of people don't like the beach. It's the sand gets everywhere. I hate it.
I just I get a headache when I swim, so I just don't like to go swimming. And if I don't like to go swimming, I don't like to go to the beach.
I usually don't swim at all when I go to the beach. I usually just lounge with a book. Beep, 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 beep,
Just kidding. I was right.
beep, 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 beep. So what are you doing tomorrow?
Church is supposed to happen at 3, and then it usually gets over around 5 or 6. Tomorrow might be a special sermon. I'm not really sure. I'm just kind of going to see how that goes by ear. But I don't have any real plans. With how my brain is feeling, I might pick the stream back up tomorrow night or something and finish the game tomorrow night. Never really set a time parameter for the game jam, so.
Yeah, okay. I think.
What? Did you have something in mind?
I don't know. I'm torn. I don't know if I want to contribute more or if I want to start work on my own thing tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
See how I feel.
Well, I can send you whenever I'm done tonight. I'll send you the compiled version of everything, and you can go through everything that's been written and get a feel for the game itself and decide.
Alrighty. Well, thanks for letting me contribute to your project.
Yeah, thank you so much for contributing, and thanks for jumping in the Discord. You're the only person that stuck around for any real amount of time in Discord. I was really hoping that would be a cool thing to do, and it was when you came around. So thank you.
Yeah. Alright, dude. I'll maybe see you tomorrow. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Toodaloo.
Bye.
For those of you who don't know, so Christian, I am trying so hard to reply to what you were confused about, and I keep getting distracted. I'm so sorry. It's really hard for me to function right now. I feel like such a space cadet. I don't know. I'm gonna reply to this, and then I'm gonna reply to the things that you have written after that. You guys just the first place is good. I was originally suggesting that you add detail that ambiguous outcome for the family pet if they leave the beach. Questioning did Okay. I have replied to the comments. Woo! Pulling it together. I guess I'm just not an 8-hour streamer, you know? Like, I'm more of a, like, 2 to 4 hour streamer. So this is hard. Maybe if I was playing Smash, it wouldn't be so hard, because I don't have to exert so much creative energy. That being said, I think what I'm going to do right now is just kind of clean things up with what we have. And then, yeah, if Christian is in the process of writing something, I'll definitely wait for him to finish writing that piece. And then I think I'm going to call it a night for myself and for the stream. And if we have time, we'll pick it back up tomorrow. Like I was talking to Jay about, I'm not really we have some options for tomorrow. If we can't pick it back up, I will do my best to schedule a later date to stream the rest of the game being developed. We're very close to, we're over 50% done with the first draft as far as I'm aware. And then, like, after that, it's just revisions and polish, making it look nicer, and we can publish it, call it a jam. So, yeah. I don't have, like, a lot of shows going on later this month. I don't have any planned right now, so it's very much a possibility that I could schedule a block of time to continue the jam. Yeah, my endurance is thin right now, so that's just where I'm at. We have gotten a good amount done, though, conceptual, and it's just been fun, which is my main goal. It's been a while since I've been able to just have fun with writing. I haven't written something that wasn't, like, super cathartic and, like, really personal in a while, and just be able to write something that's a little less, like, involved, if that makes sense. This has been a very fun experience. How... Oh, thanks to all the folks that have been just kind of like watching the stream, however engaged or passive you have been, that I haven't heard from you in a while. Yeah, it's been really great. I hope that you've been enjoying the creative process. Just unfiltered, no, like, not improvised, but you know, we didn't really have a detailed itinerary or anything. Just kind of letting the game development take us where it wanted, or it was supposed to. Yeah, it's been a blast. Hope you've enjoyed the soundtrack. I really have. Let's see. I can write one more. Chris, momentum. Intense. Cool. I'm gonna finish this bit. Call it a night. Work out, continuing, wrapping up. Yeah. All right. Awesome. Okay. So I think we have everything accounted for. I'm going to... What am I going to do? Publish to a file. So that saves this bad boy. Then we can... Oops. Backups. Backup. 218. So it has been backed up. Christian, you're able to access everything as is in the document through that. You should just boot up as a web page if you hit download, and then like if you open it, it should open in your browser just like that. Assuming you're using Chrome, it'll work in any web browser, just perhaps a little differently. I'll type that in the chat just in case you didn't get it too. That's it for the stream though. I'm going to throw up Distraction Poplio and let the music play us out. Thank you so much for watching. Yeah, I hope to do more streams. Please, if you haven't already, give me a follow. And if you haven't and are interested and have been putting it off, check out the Patreon. Yeah, you're fantastic. I hope you enjoyed this.